Marlene is teenwoordig, raadslidstander.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Gotik, can you please assist me, or anyone who can assist? I believe that Alderman Giereke is trying to connect. I've received a message from him on my email. Is there any way somebody can assist to allow Alderman Giereke access to the meeting? Thank you.
I am assisting, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Abrams.
Hello.
Good morning, Alderman.
Speaker, good morning. This is on my telephone now. I'm waiting for a link on my tablet, please. Lemise has undertaken to send me a link.
I believe that she is busy with that, Alderman.
Thank you so much.
Mic testing, good morning.
Your test is heard, Councillor Mkondo, thank you. Councillors, it's a minute past 10. Good morning to all of you. I trust that we can proceed. And in doing so, I wish to welcome you to this ordinary council meeting. A warm welcome is extended to the Honourable Executive Mayor Alderman Leon van Wyk, the Honourable Deputy Executive Mayor Councillor Clark, the Chief Whip Councillor Barnard, Alderman Williams and Alderman Petrus, Alderman van der Hoofen, Alderman Giereke, Alderman Kritzinger and Alderman Teyezi, opposition leaders, fellow councillors, the Acting Municipal Manager Dr. Michelle Gratz, directors and acting directors and senior managers and staff members, and if there are any audit committee members present, they are welcome, and so is the press if they are welcome. I'm going to ask Councillor Dikilili to open this meeting for us with prayer. Councillor Dikilili, over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Lovely Heavenly Father, we come to you in this hour, asking for your blessing and help us. We are gathering here together. Father, thank you for this beautiful day. Father, you are holy. We pray for your guidance in the matters that are at hand. And we ask you, Father, that you would clearly show us how to work with the spirit of joy and enthusiasm. Give us the desire to find ways to excel in our work. Father, we are here today to come and discuss the matters that are affecting the poor people. Please, Father, guide us. In the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Can you please mute that microphone? Thank you. Councillors, I can only join in requesting that we do as Councillor Dikilili prayed, and that we do this meeting in a very becoming manner. I wish to commiserate with all of those who have lost loved ones since our last meeting. And I also wish to extend birthday wishes to those of us who have enjoyed their birthday since our last meeting. We will now move to point 2 of the agenda, or item 2 of the agenda, which is the mayoral address. Mayor, over to you.
Good morning, Speaker, and good morning to aldermen, to councillors, to the acting municipal manager, to the directors, to the officials attending, to media, and anyone else on this platform. It is indeed a great day today, the 25th of March 2021. Today I wish to deal with a number of aspects relating to municipal infrastructure, in particular as it relates to wastewater and to water. We have an extensive network that requires ongoing maintenance and upgrading. The acting municipal manager has pointed out that there is a need for increased managerial supervision and coordination in some of these areas, and that we will come to in due course. All of these actions that we are talking about in terms of our infrastructure require additional budget, and this is now becoming our biggest challenge. So the picture I'm sketching today is very similar to the situations that are emerging and are taking place elsewhere in all the municipalities in our country. I think we all face the situation where our infrastructure is aging, it requires attention, and I think in addition, as we will talk about as well, is we need to expand our infrastructure for economic activity that is increasing. So George operates a main water infrastructure reticulation network of some 990 kilometers of pipeline and a sewer reticulation system that extends for 870 kilometers. We have a tarred road network of 428 kilometers and a further 107 kilometers of gravel road. To place the size of our network in context, we can imagine the road to Cape Town with water and sewer lines on either side of the road, and a further extension in the direction of Plettenberg Bay to cater for the gravel roads and the remainder of the water line. So that should provide us with a picture of this network that we need to be looking at on a daily basis. The George sewer system has 116 pump stations in the network to cater for the topography and for the 25 water pump stations that we have within this network. This should provide a picture then of the task required to maintain such networks. These networks have evolved over decades, and many of them are starting to age. Bursts such as water bursts such as have occurred recently hopefully do not happen too often, but need to be repaired with pipe replacements that can then take place once sufficient evidence has been built up of regular failure and how that program then needs to be rolled out to deal with those replacements. Maintenance is constantly done and needs to be increased, but unfortunately funding remains limited as we have to strive at all times to keep water and sewage tariffs affordable to all of our customers. And for every 1% increase 1% that we add to our water and our sewage tariffs, we actually are only adding 2.5 million rand to make available, for instance, for further maintenance. Between water and sewage, our annual revenue is of the order of 250 million. It's a split of about 140 to water, about 110 towards sewage. So over the next few years, we are going to have to start adding more and more to annual increases to cater for this type of maintenance and refurbishment that we need to do in relation to our infrastructure. And we therefore also need to look at how we start restructuring our budget to address this type of maintenance and refurbishment. And we hopefully are going to be starting that in this coming financial year. If we look at the major water burst that we had a few weeks ago, earlier in this month, and the repair work that was undertaken when we had those twin water pipe bursts, where both our raw water inflow line from the dam to our waterworks and the main purified water line that went out, that goes out to our eastern suburbs, that created a major undertaking to effect those repairs and to manage the water resources, the available water that we had, and to communicate to the public. The acting municipal manager, Dr. Michelle Gratz, led from the front as teams from the various directorates played their roles in managing critical aspects of the job to get those repairs in place, as we also had rain that was setting in over that weekend. And we are very fortunate that most of the water supply network could be restored within 60 hours. And many citizens have commented positively that the communication system worked well, as they were kept aware of the progress, enabling them to plan how to sparingly use the water that they had available during that whole crisis period. So I want to extend my thanks to the full team involved in this exercise and to the public for their patience in that period of time. And I think it is quite critical to acknowledge the importance and the value of the communication system. And I think we've got to thank that team for the work that they did. And I think it's incumbent on all of us as councillors and the administration, where possible, to try and extend this communication network that we have, so that more and more people within our communities can receive these messages from the municipality to understand when we have a crisis, and for them to receive information that they need. To me, this incident also provides a reminder of the work that the municipality's staff is performing on a daily basis in dealing with the ongoing maintenance of water and sewage networks. Because every single day we do have sewage blockages, we do have pipe bursts that take place, and these teams work long hours. It's often at night, often in poor weather conditions. And I think we need to express our thanks to them. Last Thursday, on the 18th of March, we received a report that the Eden pump station had overflowed. Now, that overflow had occurred during load shedding, and the backup generator at the Eden pump station did not activate. And subsequently then, we found that that civil and engineering's offices do not have a backup generator, so they couldn't keep electronic equipment going. And within those offices, there is what's called a SCADA system, and the SCADA system is there to try and virtually monitor the pump stations that are connected to the system. So it's quite critical that we've got to keep that whole SCADA system running on a 24-hour basis that won't be affected by load shedding. And that the system would then have send trigger alerts that sumps were beginning to fill up, and then personnel could immediately have been sent out to investigate. So there's an investigation being undertaken to see why the backup generator at the pump station did not activate. The directorate has also been dealing with the Department of Water and Sanitation with regard to the spillage that took place. It's also quite clear that we need to get to some improved coordination for the maintenance and the whole functioning of those pump stations, and how civil and engineering works with electrotech and looking at staff availability, the speed of reaction, and all of these type of things to reduce these delays. So there's this whole aspect of management coordination that we need to apply our minds to. So I think in terms of remedial action and solutions, civil and engineering is looking how they can get a backup generator in place as soon as possible. The new tender for mechanical and electrical maintenance of pump stations now also makes allowance for regular inspections and inspections of all pump stations to identify mechanical electrical shortcomings. So hopefully that is going to start to work a lot better. We need to get a millwright appointed within civil and engineering to manage mechanical and electrical inspections and maintenance and repairs. And we need to start looking at what those shortcomings are at pump stations and to ensure that they are being dealt with. So we also need to build further internal capacity to manage mechanical and electrical functions at the pump stations. Also, during load shedding, we need to have a team available to go and check the pump stations, and we need to ensure from a communications point of view that the public are able to phone and get through to the fire department on our emergency numbers, and to lodge those complaints where they see something going wrong. And then we also need to ensure that the whole automatic SMS systems and those type of telemetry messages are being sent from that SCADA system in case of pump failure. So all of these things need to be taken into consideration in this whole aspect of load shedding. And I think the concern that all of us has is how load shedding is affecting our lives. And electrotech, there are a number of positions that need to be filled there in terms of dealing with pump stations, and as well as the various artisans and so forth that we need. So these above incidents are really indicative of the work that is required to upgrade our aging infrastructure, of which our pump stations are examples. And this is going to place increasing pressure on our capital and operating budgets in the coming years. And apart from the maintenance, we also need to provide for increases in capacity to allow for the increased economic activity that has been taking place in George over the past decade. And this is placing massive pressure on capital expenditure and the ability then ultimately of the customer base to be able to pay the bills and to within tariffs, and that those tariffs are then sufficient to be able to redeem loans. And affordability. Affordability is of critical importance. So in the past few days, there's been much overtime hours the past weekend and the past few nights. The MM and the various directorates and I've been involved in meetings to try and get to find some resolution to the amount of capital that we can expend in the coming year and over the medium term that will still make our budget to be balanced and credible. And I think I need to apologize ahead of time that Council will be receiving the items relating to the budget, but we might only be getting these items in the next few days. And because of this type of pressure that we do have to find a solution to what is some major decisions that we need to make going forward. And I think we've got to the stage now where we need to concentrate on our core services And the greatest emphasis at present, the greatest requirement, is going to be on wastewater and on water infrastructure to ensure that our entire population receives those services and that we can improve that level of service going into the future. I just want to turn to a number of other aspects as well. The Directorate Community Services has started with a Clean George rollout program where the main roads and streets are being cleaned using newly appointed EPWP teams that have been recruited from the database. So a number of these employees have already started work earlier this week, and a total, it's envisaged that a total of 194 workers plus their supervisors will be appointed or being recruited, and then will get to work in the coming weeks, and they will firstly start dealing with the main roads into George, in other words, the York Streets, the Langenhoven Road, Neisner, Courtney through to Neisner, Nelson Mandela Boulevard, Madiba Drive, and so forth, and try and get those areas clean, and then progressively move further into suburbs and into townships to get us back to a standard of being a very clean municipality. I was invited to attend the Service Delivery Monitoring Committee meeting last week to witness how service delivery issues are being discussed and managed for execution and completion. So I'm very impressed with the proceedings as they are conducted every Friday morning, and no doubt this whole workflow process is starting to gain traction. It is therefore critical that service delivery complaints are in fact logged, that you get reference numbers, and that we can also follow up that they are dealt with swiftly. And my advice is to use the municipal app on your mobile phones where this is at all possible, because that immediately gives you a reference number. In the agenda today, councillors will also note that there's an item from Electrotech Services that deals with informal settlements and the state of electrification and where we stand with that. And this item will also indicate the formation of a task team that will now deal with informal settlements and the categorization in terms of services that can be provided. So that is a fairly important guiding document that we have there that I believe will serve us well in the weeks and months to come. It also gives me enormous pleasure to inform Council that the technical teams of Civil and Engineering and that of the Western Cape Department of Human Settlements have reached an agreement on a timetable for the handover of 307 housing units in IRF 325 East over the April to early July period, which will then mark the commencement of the handover of these new houses to the recipients who have been waiting so long for their houses. And then lastly, I also understand that we are now reaching finality on the AG's audit process for the 2019-20 financial year, and final clarification meetings in this regard have taken place during this week, and the report then should be issued in the next day or two. And I think all indications are that we will receive an unqualified report, and that is what I'm hoping for. And I think we just need to wait for the finality on this matter before we say very much more on that. So thank you very much for the opportunity, Speaker.
Thank you, Maya. Before we proceed to the replies, colleagues, just two things. This meeting is being streamed live on YouTube for your information. And secondly, please indicate your presence in the chat box, as many of you have done up to date. That will save us a lot of time when we go through the roll call after the completion of the replies to the mayoral address. Next up is the ANC. To speak on this matter, you have 3 minutes starting now. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. I will do the mayoral address. Speaker, thank you to the mayor. First of all, when you upgrade infrastructure, there's lots of noise while I'm speaking, so can we get the noise over? Speaker, when you upgrade infrastructure, please don't focus on the affluent areas. Tembuletu is the area where the greatest need is. That is where the most water needs or the water breaks are and electrical outages. Also, thanks to the staff that work around the clock in order to fix these incidents. It is appreciated. The Eden pump station, surely it is a basic to have a backup, the backup power system, Mr. Mayor. Hopefully we can learn from that because forewarned is forearmed, and there are other pump stations wherever. Please make sure that we have got backups everywhere. I'm sure we have the systems in place in order to deal with that. In order to lodge complaints, it's a huge challenge because people are not really aware how to lodge claims, and mostly telephone lines are, you don't get through on telephone lines and they are stay unanswered. And the public out there are not sure how to lodge complaints. Please, Mr. Mayor, with your oversight, make sure that the public are fully informed. The blame for the infrastructure, for the aging infrastructures, Speaker, must be laid directly at the DA. They are ruling George for more than 20 years and had ample time to upgrade. Thumbs up for the community services for the cleaning of George. It is just alarming that the center of town once again get preference. Surely the cleaning up should start in the areas where the needs are the greatest, the townships and specifically the informal areas. The handover of the 307 housing units sounds like a starting of the DA's election campaign. And so also the cleaning of the cleanup of George, because if you don't start in the areas where the need are the greatest, you raise eyebrows. There's my case.
Thank you, Alderman van Hoeven. Next to speak is the PBI. Alderman Gericke, you have 3 minutes, starting now.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Just want to make sure, can you hear me?
We can hear you clearly, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, first and foremost, we would like to express our sincere gratitude towards the staff members, particularly on the technical side, for working tirelessly to service and serve the entire George this time around. We do understand that they've worked very hard the past couple of weeks because there are constant interruptions in the infrastructure, many messages coming through of electricity interruption, water leakages, pipe burst, and so on. It's happening frequently within the city at the moment, and it's becoming way too much for business and for the citizens. The infrastructure that's aging, we are well aware that we have, for the last 2 terms, we have hammered on this issue for quite some time, whilst the mayor was also in this council. This is his 2nd term. He is fully aware of how we have fought for the upgrading of infrastructure whilst he was in the cabinet of the previous mayors. And he's very well aware. It would appear that you are now coming through as the savior whilst you were sitting in that cabinet, that mayoral committee, and nothing has been done, even when you were the portfolio councillor for finance. So we don't buy this, that you're coming through as the savior. We are also aware of the fact that your speech is on George Herald this morning on their website without you even addressing your council. It is on the website, and we are aware that you bring some structural changes and even to the tariffs, as you have explained. We want to warn you not to tamper with the privileges that the poor are enjoying at the moment under the relevant legislation. We are aware that you are investigating the opportunities to decrease services or to take away some of the services belonging to the indigent communities of the city, i.e. the free electricity that they are receiving on the first informal structure on a yard and the second one. We are well aware of that meeting that have taken place. Those privileges are subsidized by National Treasury, and you dare not take that away. In terms of the infrastructure, aging infrastructure, you've spent a sizable amount of time on that. Infrastructure is aging throughout George, and it's a great pity that you are overemphasizing the water pipe burst that has taken place in Geneva Fontaine. You are not talking about all the other areas in George. Rosedale, for instance, was without water for an entire day last week. You are talking about communication. That communication hasn't gone through to the citizens of Rosedale. Instead, they were fighting with their councillor to get some information out there. So let's check up communication to the poor as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next to speak on this item is Ikoza. Councillor Fortuin, you have 3 minutes.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Speaker, die achtbare burgemeester het 'n paar punte aangeraak van verouderde infrastrukture, riool en water ensovoorts. Nou, ons moes reeds daarvoor begroot het 5 jaar gelede, Speaker. En die oppositie het gewaarsku en gecomplain oor die verouderde infrastrukture, maar die DA het nie aangeslaan daarop nie. Nou, die nasionale regering, deur die MIET-fondse, hulle stuur miljoene rande, hulle gee vir ons miljoene rande vir die infrastrukture. Nou, die vraag is, Speaker, waar was die geld oor die jare gespandeer? Nou, die achtbare burgemeester het nog gebreek oor die Geneva, waar hoeveel minute gespandeer was om daar die pyp te herstel. Hier in Rosedale en Pakkelsdorp sit ons mense nog steeds op 'n drupstelsel. Daar word nie soveel aandag aan ons areas waar dit regtig noodsaaklik is, word daar nie aandag aangegee nie. Kom ons, hy praat van 'n plan. Kan ons 'n plan op die tafel kry van hoe lank dit gaan vat om die water en die riool te herstel? Ons praat hier van 'n plan, maar daar is niks tyd aan hierdie plan aangekoppel nie. Wat gaan die totale onkostes wees van hierdie probleem vir al die pumpstasies? Baie dankie, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor
Ek sal graag
Fortuin.
'n antwoord wil hê op van die 2 vrae wat ek gevra het.
The next, Councillor Fortuin, we can look at the reply to your questions when the DA replies at the end. Mr. Paulus, can you please translate?
Yes, Speaker, good morning.
Good morning.
Uyacacisa ke uceba we-Ikoza uthi usodolophu uchaphazele imiba enjenge-infrastructure namanzi njalo njalo. Uthi ke bekumele iminyaka emihlanu ngaphambili ifakiwe kuhlahlo lwabiwo-mali okanye kwibhajethi imiba enjalo ukwenzela uba xa kuthi kubonakala iingxaki ezinjena kube seyikhona ibhajethi yayo. Uthi kuthunyelwa imali ezinkulu, izigidi ngezigidi zemali. Ingaba yona loo mali ibikade isetyenziswa iminyaka le isetyenziswe phi naloo mali? Uthi ezethi ingingqi ezona ke zona zineengxaki ye-infrastructure namanzi njalo njalo, zona ke azinikwa attention uhlobo ezinye ingingqi ezinikwa ngalo i-attention. Uthi ke uthethe malunga neplan efuneka yenziwe. Uthi iphi loo plan, ithini na eso sicwangciso, masibekwe phezu kwetafile ukwenzela uba kuchazwe uba iza kwenziwa njani na. Uthethile ke futhi ufuna uqonda ke malunga umbuzo awubuzileyo malunga ne-pump station. Uthi ke impendulo zakhe uyazicela kule mibuzo mibini athe wayibuza. Enkosi.
Thank you, Mr. Paulus. The EFF has apologized from today's meeting. They are not here. Next to speak, therefore, is good. Councillor Hector, you have 3 minutes.
Môre speaker en ander as ons gaan luister na die gebed van ons raadslid wat die verrigting geopen het met 'n gebed, dan was die uitkraai dat ons moet kyk na die mees kwesbaarste van ons gemeenskap. En inteendeel noem die burgemeester as sy fokuspunt op die meer gegoede areas in ons dorp. En dit is vir ons 'n bron van kommer. Hy noem dat ons addisionele begroting nodig het om te kyk na hierdie uitbreiding van die infrastruktuur onder andere. Maar weer eens, waar gaan dit plaasvind? Weer eens in die mees gegoede buurte, want die stand van sake is dat word min of selfs geen dienste gelewer in ons bruin en swart gebiede in vergeleke met ons oorwegend wit gebiede nie. As ons gaan kyk na die onlangste nuusgebeure rondom pyp wat gebars het, noem die burgemeester dat die munisipale bestuurder het die voortou geneem om te sorg dat dit binne 60 ure weer na normaal kan terugkeer. Weereens, dieselfde gebeur nie in bruin en swart gebiede nie. Die munisipale bestuurder is al sedert 1 Januarie in haar pos en tot op hede weet ek of sy eers weet waar Jacaranda straat of waar Mensstraat of waar Broestraat is in hierdie dorpie. Want sy stel eenvoudig net nie belang om te kom nie. En dis die probleem wat ons het. Ons neem kennis van dit wat beplan word vir hierdie dorp, maar ons probleem is dieselfde wilskrag en ywer moet ook aan die dag gelê word om ander basiese dienste aan minder gegoede woonbuurte in hierdie dorp te voorsien. Dankie, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Hector. Mr. Paulus, can you please translate? Thank you.
Uceba ke yena uthi xa evula intetho yakhe, umthandazo bekuvulwe ngawo apha ubuchaza uthetha malunga nezidingo zabantu be-community ekufuneka kujongwe kuthi the outcry into yokubana masincede kujongwane nezidingo zabantu. Intetho kasodolophi yona ibifokase kakhulu kwiingingqi ezinkulu apha eGeorge. Uthi yinkxalabo kakhulu ke kuthi leyo. Uthi uthethile malunga nokongezwa kohlahlo lwabiwo-mali futhi ke nokuba makujongwe kwi-infrastructure. Ithi izokwenziwa phina loo nto leyo. Izawuphinda yenziwe kwiingingqi ezisele seziphucukile nakakade. Uthi ayikho i-service delivery okanye ke akukho ukusetyenziswa kweenkonzo kwezethu iingingqi bantu bebala nakubantu abamnyama. Uthi ke uthethile usodolophi malunga noopayipi ebethe bagqabhuka kwezi veki ziphelileyo, wachaza ubana u-MM uye wanceda phakathi kweeyure eziyi-60 abantu bakhawulezisa bazifumana iinkonzo, kodwa not kwezethu iingingqi khanye kube njalo. Uthi u-MM uqale ngomhla wokuqala kwinyanga yomqungu uku-acta okanye ukusebenza kwisihlalo sakhe, kodwa kunanamhlanje andiqondi noba uyazazi ke wakhankanya ke izitrato ezinjengeJacaranda Street neBrough Street. Uthi andiqondi noba uyazazi ukuba zime ndawoni na zona ezo zistrato, kodwa kuqale ngomhla wokuqala ukusebenza. Uthi ke kuthiwa kunezicwangciso ezikhoyo ezokubana kuza kwenziwa njani na ukulungiswa le infrastructure, kodwa ke ingaba izawufikelela kuzo zonke na iingingqi isicwangciso esi sibekiweyo. Enkosi.
Thank you, Mr. Paulus. Next to speak is the ACDP. Councillor De Tooy, you have 3 minutes.
Baie dankie, Speaker, vir die geleentheid wat ek het. Agbare burgemeester, ek wil vir u baie dankie sê vir die breedvoerige uiteensetting van ons infrastruktuur wat u gegee het. Dit is 'n enorme hoeveelheid pypleidings wat onder die grond is en ons is bewus daarvan dat hierdie infrastruktuur verouderd is en dat daar baie van hierdie dele vervang moet word. Maar burgemeester, ek wil 'n beroep op u doen. Ons sit in George met enorme breinkrag van mense wat in George is, wat afgetree is, wat in hierdie probleme met ons kan help. Miskien moet u 'n beroep doen op publiek om dat ons koppe bymekaar sit, dat ons na hierdie probleem kan kyk hoe ons dit opgelos kan kry. Want 1 of 2 mense en net die amptenare alleen gaan nie 'n oplossing hiervoor kan bewerkstellig nie. So ons sit met 'n enorme probleem hier en ons weet dit, maar dit moet hanteer word. As ons kyk na ons rioolstelsel, dan loop hy, soos ons almal weet, meer as 100% kapasiteit. En hier is feitlik daagliks nog nuwe huise wat gebou word en ontwikkelaars wat inkom. So die probleem word net al hoe groter. Ek weet hulle is besig met 'n nuwe rioolstelsel of 'n mega liter dam, 20 of 40 megaliter dam wat hulle wil bou. Nou dit is goed, maar dit sal vinnig moet gebeur. En dan, burgemeester, wil ek graag vir u ook baie dankie sê vir die insette wat die raad gedoen het in verband met Voelklip. Dat daar soveel alreeds dinge gedoen is om dit te beveilig. Maar die groot probleem vir die ACDP is nou, burgemeester, die kruising by die lughawe. Hierdie probleem moet aangespreek word. Te veel lewens is al daar verloor en ons het al gekla en ek weet dit is die provinsiale dit is 'n provinsiale pad. Een van ons eie raadslid Lease het byna haar lewe ook by daardie kruising verloor. So ons moet nou druk begin plaas op provinsie om daadwerklik na hierdie probleem te kyk. As ons gaan aanhou en druk sit, soos ons op Voelklip gesit het, sal daar iets gedoen word en dan gaan dit net ten bate van mense se lewens wees. Burgemeester, baie dankie vir die werk wat u doen. En ek wil sê, dit is nie net die DA se plig om na hierdie dorp te kyk nie, dit is die hele raad se plig. Al die verskillende politieke partye se plig is om na ons dorp om te sien en daarom is daar ook wijkraadlede om na hulle wyke om te sien. En ek wil vir elkeen van hulle baie dankie sê vir die werk wat hulle in hulle wyke doen. Dit word waardeer van die ACDP se kant af. Dankie, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Detoy. Mr. Paulus, please translate.
Tuceba we-ACDP, enkosi kakhulu sodolophi ngentetho yakho esulungekileyo, enkosi kakhulu malunga nokusicacisela futhi ngendlela okanye izicwangciso ezizawuthi zenziwe ukujonga ukukhawulana ne-infrastructure, ukuthi uchazile ke malunga nemibhobho emininzi ephantsi komhlaba emidala ngoku ekufuneka ireplace ngoba kudala isiza. Uthi ke unesicelo yena ke kubantu abahlala apha eGeorge, unesicelo ngoba kukho abantu abahlala apha eGeorge abanezakhono okanye abanezi-skills abathatha umhlala phantsi abanokwazi ukuncedisa ukuphucula okanye ukwenza iinzame zokuncedisa kule infrastructure. Makukhe kuhlalwe phantsi kudityanwe ngentloko kuziwe nesisombululo kule ngxaki inkulu esijongene nayo. Uthi luyanda uphuhliso nee-developers ziyangena kodwa ke kufuneka kuqale kulungiswe ingxaki le inkulu esijongene nayo. Uthi ke khona nedama liyandiswa lenziwa lukhulu, kufuneka ke kodwa kukhawuleziswe kuqale kujongwe ingxaki likhoyo phambi kokuba kwandiswe namadama. Uyabulela ke kakhulu kusodolophu malunga nokusebenza kwakhe, ukungena kwakhe esihlalweni seyibonakala kakhulu indima ayithe wayidlala. Kodwa ke yena beyi-ACDP unesicelo malunga nala cross iphayana airport. Uthi siyayazi uba ayiloxanduva lwethu kodwa ke yindlela yephondo. Kodwa ke uthi uzawucela into yokubana makhe kujongwe because bayafa abantu kakhulu phaa kulaa cross. Uthi ke noceba wethu uLisa Strubel naye uthe waphulukana nesizalwane sakhe phayana kule ndlela. Uthi ke uxanduva lolwethu sonke singooceba ukuthi masincedisane sijonge ekwakhiweni kwedolophu yethu okanye kwisixeko sethu esihlala kuyo esiyiGeorge. Uthi ke ukwenze njalo bakhona nooceba abathe babekwa kwiiwodi zabo abazothi bajonge nabo ukubana iinkonzo ziyafikelela ebantwini. Enkosi.
Thank you, Mr. Paulus. Next to speak is the AIC. Councillor Mkondo, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, with the well-prepared and well-said speech, but you know the problem with the nice speeches like this, we are one-sided in terms of your delivery skills, because you about the kilometers in the gravel roads that the mayor has referred to here. Most of those gravel roads and the narrow roads and the roads that are not properly repaired are in our areas. You see, when you repair the roads in town, they're totally different, because in our township, only the potholes are being repaired, just being what you can call a marmite. There's no thorough like you are doing in town. You see, and up until such time that we all receive the same kind of services in this town, I will not, thank you very much for the well-prepared speech as much as it is, because I know for the fact that you just doing that for your town side and you don't care very much about us. I reported 3 months down the line, Speaker will agree with me. I spoke to him and he referred me to an official. There has been a water leakage right in front of my house for it's more than 3 years now that it has been coming. The dumping site, illegal dumping site, right behind my house. Since May 2019, I reported that nothing has been done to date. You see, how can we now be able to say, your speeches are, you prepare your speeches just to suit the times, and you don't really care about the other areas like I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mkondo. Next to speak is the Freedom Front Plus. Councillor van Niekerk, you have 3 minutes.
Goeiemôre Speaker, baie dankie deur u aan die burgemeester. Burgemeester, baie dankie vir u toespraak. Ek het goed daarna geluister. Burgemeester, u het baie tyd gespandeer op grijswater en dies meer en infrastruktuur. Ek kan nie vir die versekering gee dat ek glo nie daar is 'n raadslid wie nie wat nie toegewyd is, wat nie besef dat ons verouderde infrastruktuur dringend aandag nodig het. Die Vryheidsfront is oor die jare op rekord dat ons redelik navraag gedoen het ten opsigte van hierdie verouderde infrastruktuur. Ons in 'n stadium beskou as of beskryf as 'n stop en lap operasie waarmee ons tans besig is, omdat ons elke keer moet reaktief optree en nie proaktief wat kan vermy word deur voldoende onderhoud wat tydiglik plaasvind, en dan hoef jy nie te sit en wag vir die volgende pyp en die volgende pyp en die volgende krisis om te gebeur en te bars nie. Burgemeester, ten opsigte van die situasie wat aangelei het tot die vloei van grijswater en die damwater, die generators wat nie, die kragopwekkers wat nie aangegaan het en nie geactiveer is nie. Ek is bemoedigend om te hoor dat daar 'n ondersoek gaan plaasvind. Die Vryheidsfront is redelik geskok om te verneem dat die hele monitering van hierdie pompstelsels plaasvind vanuit die kantoor van die siviele ingenieurswese, en dat gedurende kragonderbrekings die gebou basies in donkerte gehul is. Daar is geen kragopwekker, geen stelsel, geen niks in plek wat die stelsel aan die gang, die moniteringsstelsel aan die gang hou nie. En natuurlik is dit 'n ramp wat wag om te gebeur. Dit kan nie wees nie, en ek vertrou dat dit ook deel van die ondersoek sal uitmaak waarom en hoekom daar nie voorsiening gemaak was daarvoor nie. Dan is dit ook so dat daardie pompe en die alarmstelsels op pompe moet gereeld geïnspekteer word en gereeld getoets word. Dit is ingevolge wetgewing. En ons sal graag verneem of daardie toetse wel gereeld plaasgevind het. Want dit is steeds onbegryplik dat 'n alarm nie kan geaktiveer word sou daai alarm op 'n gereelde basis getoets word nie. So ons wag in spanning vir die uitslag van hierdie ondersoek wat u gaan gelas. Burgemeester, om hierdie infrastruktuur op datum te kry, dit is nie net daar nie. Hier baie van ons, van my kollegas het vanmôre die armoedes aangespreek en so aan. Die Vryheidsfront is van mening dat nuwer en groter bulkdienste is uiters noodsaaklik vir George. Want dit is hoe ons gaan werkskepping vir honderde van die armes gaan bewerkstellig. En ek sluit af deur te sê dat dit is duidelik dat ons sal moet begin kyk na addisionele maniere om befondsing te kry om hierdie probleme aan te spreek. Dankie, speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van Niekerk. Ms. Apollos, translation, please.
Sodolophi, mandibulele kakhulu ngentetho yakho. Kwintetho yakho uchithe ixesha elininzi kakhulu uchaza malunga nengxaki yamanzi nengxaki ye-infrastructure esithe sajongana nayo thina apha kwisixeko sethu. Futhi ke andiqondi ukuba apha phakathi kwethu ukhona uceba ongayiqondiyo ukuba ingxaki ikhona yale infrastructure futhi indala le ngxaki sinayo. Ngoko ke kufuneka kuthathwe ithuba. Ngoko ke kufuneka ke ilungiswe ngethuba ukwenzela uba singaphindi sizibhaqe sikule ngxaki besikuyo yokugqabhuka koopayipu. Futhi ke uthethe malunga nedama nee-generators ezingakhange zasebenza phayana kwicandelo lakwa-civil. Futhi ke uthethe malunga nophando oluzawuthi lwenziwe ukujonga into yoba kwenzeke njani na ukubana i-generator ingasebenzi futhi neofisi kube mnyama kungabikho nto isebenzayo phayana. Ndiyavuya ke xa usithi luzawuba khona uphando futhi ke iziphumo zolo phando sizawuthi sizilindele. Uthi ke ezi pump station funeka ibe zizinto ezithi zithestwe rhoqo, kumane kuyojongwa ukubana zinjani na futhi ke zisasebenza. Futhi ke kolo phando makubandakanywe okanye kujongwe into yobana into enjalo iyenziwa na ngokumane kuyojongwa ezo pump station ukuba zisasebenza na. Uthi ke ii-colleagues zam zithethile kakhulu malunga nee-areas okanye iingingqi zabantu abasokolayo apho i-infrastructure ifuneke kujongwe kuyo. Kodwa ke iprojekthi yonke ye-infrastructure sijongene nayo yeyeGeorge iyonke. Ngoko ke funeka kujongwe iingingqi zonke kungafowukhaswa kwiingingqi ezithile. Uthi ke masijonge indlela okanye iinzame esizawuthi siyifumane ngayo le nkxasomali lokujongana ke nalaa ngxaki sijongene nazo ye-infrastructure nalamanzi.
Thank you, Ms. Apollos. Last to speak on this item is Councillor von Brandes. You have 3 minutes, Councillor von Brandes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The Mayor's speech highlighted a lot of things, especially infrastructure. When we talk about infrastructure, it's not only in certain wards. Water and pump station is for the whole of George, not only for certain areas. The example of this is the pipe burst that the Mayor mentioned earlier. That pipe main water supply was mainly Tembele to Cornwall Lavalia that was solved in 60 hours. The Mayor also mentioned the pump stations. As we are all aware of, there's a lot of investigations currently happening in regard to the pump stations. What the municipality has already put in place is in the new financial year is the spending on the pump stations. There was a question asked on the totality of the amounts that can be put into writing and put to the directorate, which will definitely answer it ASAP. But if we look at the coming year's infrastructure spending, if we look at a pump station like Skop, we're looking at 11.4 million. If we look at Meal, we're looking at 15.4 million. That is the type of infrastructure spending that is going to take place in this coming year. If we talk about the Outeniqua wastewater treatment works, the contractor is already on site, and that is also partially a MIC-funded projects. There was mentioned about the MIC funding, and the MIC funding is on track as this moment if when in regards to the spending. 3 days ago, there was a site visit from NESA, MIC, and of course, the Department of Water and Sanitation, and everybody was very happy with the projects that is currently running out. The stormwater infrastructure projects happening in Parkdien, Pakelsdorp, and Thembaletu, and Newdon Park. Now, a lot of things was also mentioned about the cleaning of the wards, and we want to take the opportunity to thank the mayor and the MM that we can have a clean George again with this project rolling out in all 27 wards and not only in certain areas. The housing opportunity is again opportunities that is going to look at everybody in the whole of George and not only a certain area. And we want to thank the people that has been working behind the screens, that has done a lot of overtime and a lot of work to give us firstly a credible budget and of course getting all these investigations into place so that we know that our pump stations is in line, our water quality is good, and the water treatment works plant that is in the coming financial year, it's a 20 megaliter plant that we're looking to increase the capacity of water as well in George. So we want to thank the municipality and we want to thank the mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor van Brandes.
Speaker. Good morning, Speaker. My hand was up way after the mayoral address. Can I have
one moment, please?
Okay.
Councillors, I don't know whether there are challenges with the system. I want to assure you that I did not see any hands, or certainly no hands appeared on my screen. So my request is don't just take it for granted that your hand had been seen. I really cannot account for this challenge or this shortcoming in the system. So just please keep that in mind. And please keep on trying raising your hand if I haven't recognized you. I just need to get that clear. Councillor Jantjies-Guzman.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, you said we must register our presence on the chat box. We don't agree with that. Can you make a roll call here? We speak because we all use one laptop here, so we cannot register all of us in that chat box. And people will just write this one is there, but that person is not there. Can we do it as I must answer for myself that I'm in the meeting? Thank you, Speaker. That was the concern I wanted to raise.
Thank you, Councillor Jantjies-Guzman. Councillor, we will do this in a Councillor Fortuin, I'll give you an opportunity in a moment. We will do this in a hybrid manner, and that is that those who have indicated their names in the chat box will be regarded as being present, and the others who haven't indicated their presence in the chat box I will read out their names according to the names that I have recorded on the list that I have in front of me. Thank you. Councillor Fortuin.
Dankie Speaker. Nee, ek is covered nou na Councillor Jantjies-Guzman.
Thank you. Councillors, as I said, we will do a hybrid roll call, and I will only read the names of those who I haven't seen in the chat box. And I'm starting with the councillors, and the first that I don't see is Councillor Daniels. If I'm not mistaken, Councillor Daniels is still on sick leave. Ms. Brinkamp, we must just make absolutely sure of that, please. Councillors, now there are hands. I see that Councillor Dikilili's hand is up.
Yes, Speaker.
It's Councillor Langa, Speaker. Opportunity to speak.
Councillor Langa.
Yes, Speaker. I don't know if you heard what the Councillor Jantjies-Guzman have said. It is precisely to avoid people saying they are there whilst they're not there, Speaker. That is why it was suggested that we make it. Now you're continuing with that, Speaker, knowing fully well that we could still be doing or getting what we're avoiding.
Councillor Langa, thank you. I've made my ruling.
That's you. I know you. That's you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Langa. Councillor Daniels, I think there's an apology for him. Councillor Dikilili. Councillor Dikilili. Councillor Dikilili, can you please indicate your presence?
We are all here, Speaker.
Councillor Dikilili, can you please indicate your presence? Councillor Fortuin.
Speaker.
Councillor.
Yes, I'm present.
Here.
We are all
We
here.
are all
Thank
here,
you.
Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fortuin.
Ek dink ek het seker gepraat op die Mayoral
Thank you.
speaker.
Alderman Giereke.
Yes, I'm present.
Councillor Henge. Councillor Henge.
Sonke sikhona, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Jantjies Guzman.
Speaker, present.
Thank you. Councillor Kama apologized. Councillor Langa. Councillor Langa.
Ndisanda uthetha nawe ngoku, Speaker, ndikhona.
Councillor Lesele. Councillor Lesele.
Sikhona somlomo.
Councillor Ndaka. Councillor Ndaka.
The birthday girl is here.
Thank you. Councillor Mkondu.
Present, sir.
Councillor Julia Nkamazana.
Ningathubiza opposition yodwa.
Councillor Julia.
Coming.
Morning, Speaker.
Good morning, Councillor Nkazama. Councillor Nosana.
Speaker, luister hierso. Lyk my jy vra net vir die opposition party se name. Hoekom is jy so? Hy ou maniere. Ou maniere. Bietjie uitwis maar.
Councillor Julia.
Speaker.
Councillor Julia.
Councillor
Councillor Julia, I have explained what we're doing. I've explained that we're doing a hybrid roll call. So that is why, thank you. Councillor Plata. Councillor Plata.
Olo tata ustop ndikhona tata lento stop.
Councillor Royland. Councillor Royland. Councillor Suffers.
Abakuvanga. Serious. Councillor Royland is here, Speaker.
Can you please respond?
He'll write on the chat box. Don't worry.
Councillor Suffers. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Suffers. Councillor Stemela. Thank you. Councillor Tiyizi. Councillor Tiyizi.
Eldermenteis, next time it's eldermenteis.
My apologies, Alderman. My apologies, Alderman. My apologies.
Okay, good.
Thank you,
Okay.
Alderman Williams. Alderman Williams.
I'm present.
Thank you, Alderman. Councillor Windwy.
Present, Speaker.
Thank you. I have received indications of attendance from some directors. I'm reading those that I haven't received since the last time I checked. The Director Corporate Services.
Present, Speaker. Morning.
Mr. Paulson.
Present, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Acting Financial Services Director. Ms. van Rooyen, I presume that is. The Acting Director Civil Engineering Services, Mr. Daniels, I think he's indicated that he's present. The Acting Director Electric Technical Services.
Good day, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. The Director Protection Services, Mr. Erasmus.
Morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. The Acting Director Community Services.
Present, Speaker.
Thank you. I made a mistake at the top. The Director Corporate Services, Mr. James. Mr. James, you are with us.
I am present. Good morning, Speaker.
Thank you. My apologies. My apologies. Then the Deputy Director Corporate Services.
Present, Speaker. Good morning, Speaker and councillors.
Thank you. The Deputy Director Internal Audit, Mr. Gon, has indicated that he's present. So has the Manager Legal Services, the Manager IDP.
Present, Speaker.
Thank you. The Manager Risk Services, Mr. Gon, is present. The Manager in the Executive, in the Office of the Mayor. Mr. Ploy.
Present, Speaker.
Thank you. The Acting Manager IT.
Yes, present, Speaker.
Thank you. The Deputy Director Legal Services, I saw that I presume, yeah, is here, I think, is indicated. The Deputy Director Corporate Services. Mr. Lowe, I presume.
Yes, present, Speaker. Thank you. Good morning, Speaker and councillors.
The Manager Committee Support, I think, is here as indicated.
Present, Speaker.
Thank you. So has the Senior Committee Official Committee Support and the Interpreter. And then I also wish to welcome or note the presence of Dr. Adele Potgieter. And I see the presence of Mr. Leon Wallace. Thank you for that, councillors. That concludes then the roll call. Item 3, applications for leave of absence. Can you please share with us the applications for leave of absence that you have received?
Speaker, I've received applications from Councillors James, Yeso, Karma, and Daniels.
Okay, I see that Councillor James is with us, however, but thank you for that. Any officials?
No, Speaker.
Sorry, I mistook the James that you mentioned. I mistook for Councillor James or Mr. Sipiwo James. My apologies for that. So it is Councillor James. Thank you. We then move to item 5, disclosure of interest by councillors. Item 5 of the Code of Conduct for councillors and disclosure of benefits.
Speaker, may I make a request, please, Speaker? We don't know who else is here. You, the only one that saw who indicated. Can you please, for the record, read out those who have indicated to you, Speaker? Otherwise, how do we know that we're only having a meeting with yourself and only you? How do we know that?
Councillor Langa, I have indicated that all the names are recorded. Order. Councillor Langa, I have order, please.
Speak, I'm listening.
Speak, Speaker. We are listening.
Councillors, I have indicated that the names that I haven't read are recorded in the chat box. It is there for all to see. Thank you.
We only see Fry from the DA side here. We only see Councillor Fry.
Alderman Gierke, your hand is up.
Mr. Speaker, it is important to understand who is in the meeting and who is not in the meeting. You have always read the names and made a roll call so that everybody knows who is and who is not in the meeting. I think it's just fair that you read out all the names of all the councillors, ignore the chat box. The chat box is not part of our formal processes. The formal process is where you are, the attendance when councillors attend. Please, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Councillor Fortuin.
Speaker, dankie. Ja, Speaker, ek voel ook net, dit sal net regverdig wees dat ons net almal weet en bewus is wie almal in die vergadering is. Ek dink nie daar gaan skade daaraan gedoen word nie, dat die meeting gebehandel word soos wat u dit in die vorige kere gedoen het. Ek stem saam met my kollegas. Baie dankie, Speaker.
Councillors, for the last time, the names are recorded in the chat box. It's an accepted principle at all meetings to indicate your presence in the chat box when requested to do so. We have done that. I think we've done so successfully. It's there for all to see. It is being recorded, and I haven't had a complaint from Mrs. Bredenkamp about this way of doing it. So thank you. I wish to proceed now. Councillor Fortuin.
Speaker, u het self net vroeër het u genoem dat u probleme ondervind. U sien nie wanneer mense hulle hande opsteek en so aan te nie. Nou dieselfde gebeur by ons kante. Ons kan seker goede ook nie sien nie, Speaker. En daarom vra ons u baie mooi. Ek wil glad nie vandag, want ek voel glad nie goed en lekker nie. My gesondheid is nie baie goed nie. Daarom vra ek u baie mooi, Speaker. Ek weet nie hoekom u is dat dit, as daar iets wat u wegsteekie, waarom is dit nou so moeilik vir u om net te doen die wat ons vir u vra en dan is dit klaar en die meeting gaan voort.
Councillor Fortuin, the chat box will be printed and we will make it available to all. I can assure you that those that I have indicated are present. I'm not going to open this for further discussion. Do you wish to add anything, Councillor Dikilili, on this matter?
Speaker, are you okay? Speaker, are you okay?
I'm very okay. I'm okay, Councillor Guzman.
Speaker, we'll have to take breathalyzer test next time. Something is not right here.
Councillor Langa, I really take exception to that remark. I don't know whether you're trying to be funny, but this is not the place to be funny. Councillor Hector?
Ja, Speaker, ons deel hier met ernstige sake. So ek wil net weet, sou ons vorentoe in die agenda op 'n stem moet uitbring. Hoe gaan ons dit doen? Gaan jy ook die raadslede wat aanduiding gegee het in die chatbox, gaan hulle ook skriftelik stem of gaan hulle mondelings? Hoe gaan ons maak dan?
Councillor Hector,
ons fisies hoor dat die persoon, dat die persoon of die raadslid teenwoordig is in die vergadering. Dit is wat ons wil weet.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Hector. I don't know why this is so odd. I have made my ruling. I will stick to this ruling. And if it does come to a vote, then obviously those present will have to indicate that they are present. Thank you. Item 5, disclosure of interest by councillors. Item 5 of the Code of Conduct for councillors and disclosure of benefit. Councillor Hector, I am done with this matter. I am done with this matter now, please.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Councillors, I'm not
Jy hoef opgewonde te raak nie. Speaker, jy hoef opgewonde te raak nie. Ek sit met 'n glas water hier by my. Ek het niks nou gedoen nie. Jy raak opgewonde.
Order, please. Councillor Hector. Councillors, we're proceeding with item 5 now. Disclosure of interest by councillors. Item 5 of the Code of Conduct for councillors and disclosure of benefits by municipal staff members. Item 5 of the Code of Conduct for municipal staff members. I have not received any. Item 6 is list of deferred items. I have not received any and I'm not aware of any.
Speaker, kan ek ietsie vra? Asseblief.
Councillor Fortuin.
Ek weet nie of jy my hand sien, my hand is op speaker nou, dis ek nie seker of jy kan sien op die skerm nie.
Councillor Fortuin, I see your hand. Please make your, how can I assist?
Ja, dankie speaker. Nee speaker, ek wil net weet, ek wil net vra, ek wil net 'n dringende mosie indien speaker. Kan u met daai geleentheid?
Can you please wait till the motions arise
Okay.
and then we can take it on the agenda. Thank
Sorry,
you.
dankie speaker.
Item 7, minutes of the previous meetings. Item 7.1, minutes of an ordinary council meeting held on the 25th of February 2021. Can I get a proposer, please?
I so propose. Before you take a proposal, a correction on the minutes, please.
Councillor Jantjies, Gushman,
On
please.
On page 22 to page 23, it is indicated that most people voted against the motion and people voted on the motion. Against and for. Against, it is recorded that the opposed was 20, but it was 22. That's exactly what are we trying to avoid here, Speaker. Instead of 22, it is recorded as 20. Can we correct that, please? You do your own calculation and correct that. Thank you, Speaker.
I note that, Councillor Jantjies Gushman. I see that the Chief Whip's hand is up. Chief Whip.
I was just going to second the minutes as contained in the agenda. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
The correction, Speaker, with the correction.
With the correction, noted. Thank you, Councillor Jantjies Gushman. Item 8, minutes of the Executive Mayor and Committee meeting. Item 8.1. Item 8.1.1 is the Pakkelsdorp Urban Houses Transfer of Properties. First to speak there is Councillor Vugland. You have 2 minutes, Councillor.
Speaker, thank you very much. Colleagues, good morning. Speaker, before I speak on the item and make a proposal as it is here, I would like to thank the entire Human Settlements Section 80 Committee. The recommendations as it is here in today's item is a direct result of the participation of the committee members, and I would fail in my task as chairperson of that committee not to thank them for the recommendation. Colleagues, this item deals with the transfer of property in Pakkelsdorp. It's been long overdue, so I am presenting this item and seeking the approval of council to accept the recommendations as it is on page 50 and 51 of today's agenda. I so propose, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vugland. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Losana. You have 2 minutes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Firstly, on page 49 of our agenda, the Director of Human Settlement, Mr. Leba, is saying that administration has exhausted all avenues to assist the beneficiaries with rectifying the houses, but it was to no avail. Yet, OD of the recommendation is saying in page 51, the municipality will assist in obtaining funds to rectify those houses that are structurally damaged. How sure are we as this municipality that we are going, when the occupants get their title deed, will be able to assist them with this funding? Since we exhausted all avenues, but it was to no avail. Is this not a trap for people to give them the title deed so that when they come back to us at a later stage, we'll tell them that it's a private property? Thirdly, have the municipality gone to the people and let them know what their intentions are? Because it will come back to the ward council. So can someone just answer me on the third one? Have the municipality gone back to the community? Thank you.
My apologies, I was offline. Mr. Leba, could you through the MM please respond?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes,
We had meetings with the affected community members that are listed on item, the A portion of the item. We had discussions with them, but I would like to ask Wallene just to give the detail of that as well. But the previous question relates to assistance to these people. Now, we have mentioned in the Section 80 committee that this process was done. We had explored all avenues to assist, but unfortunately, because we didn't have any success with our attempts, we endeavored to proceed and continue to seek the assistance from our counterparts at province or national to assist in this regard. We will keep on reaching out to them because Section 80 insisted thereon. And I would like Wallene just to, if she's in the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Libbe. Ms. Daris, through the MN.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, councillors. Yes, I can confirm, as Mr. Libbe has mentioned, that we have had discussions individually with the beneficiaries, as well as meetings with these people, because their greatest concern is that the property be transferred to their names. And that is the reason why the item is submitted to council today. Yes, it was mentioned that we have exhausted all avenues to look for funding and stuff. So at this stage, we are not fully aware as to how we will be able to assist the beneficiaries, but the Section 80 committee as well as MACO has pleaded basically that we assist these people in some way or other. So the recommendation has been added so that we not just after transfer leave these people to their own mercy, but that we see as far as possible, as explained in the MACO meeting, to look at subsidies or something, how the clients can individually be assisted by province to rectify their houses. That's why it has been added.
Thank you, Ms. Daris. Councillor Nosana.
Thank you, Speaker. Since Wallene is talking about engagement with the community, why is it not on record? Why are the engagements not on record? Secondly, Speaker, we must make it very clear, we are not against people getting their title deeds, but the problem is that whenever those people get those title deeds, the one thing that are going to be told is that it's private property, and we all know that. The municipality does not deal with private property. And does the MFMA allow this thing that we want to do?
Thank you, Councillor Dikilili. Sorry, Councillor Nosana. Mr. Libbe.
Yes, Speaker.
As
we
far
will.
As the MFMA is concerned, that question?
Yes, we will look into that matter so that when the resolution is taken by council, first of all, we will then proceed to expedite the response, whether any assistance will be provided. We will even do our best to have a Teams meeting in order to establish whether this can happen before we proceed with the administration of the transfer. Thank you, Speaker. We realize that the MFMA puts limitations on us.
Thank you, Mr. Libbe.
Speaker?
Any further? Yes, Councillor Nosana.
So, which means we are referring this thing back because we cannot continue with this thing if the MFMA does not allow it to happen.
Thank you, Councillor Nosana. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Hector.
Speaker, it was a question.
Speaker,
not a comment.
Speaker.
Order, please. Order, please.
Speaker.
Order, please. Councillor Nosana.
Speaker.
Speaker.
Order,
My
please. Councillor
question-
Fortuyn, can you just keep quiet for a moment, please? Sorry, Councillor Nosana.
Thank you, Speaker. My question was, since the MFMA, as you also know, Ukuthi, it does not allow municipal funds to be used on private property, are we going to refer this thing back so that Mr. Lebbe can come back with his answer from the MFMA or his research? Are we referring this matter back? Because we cannot continue with it if the MFMA does not allow it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nosana. Mr. Libbe, can you please respond through the MN? I see Councillor Vugland's hand is up. Councillor Vugland, perhaps you can assist us.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity.
Speaker,
Can the
sorry.
officials
Can the
answer,
officials
please? Thank
answer,
you.
please, not another councillor. Thank
Order, please. Order, please. Councillors, I please ask you not to interrupt when other speakers are busy or trying to speak. I would really appreciate your cooperation as far as this is concerned. Councillor Vugland.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, these were one of the questions that were debated in the Section 80 committee. And the commitment was given there by the administration that they will explore other alternative avenues to address the concerns. We must realize, Speaker, that the matter in front of us does not only deal with the structure, but with the property as well. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Vugland. Councillor Fortuin.
Dankie Speaker. Ja, ek wil baie graag praat oor hierdie item. Ek sien het my geskiep Speaker. Ja. Om mee te begin.
Councillor Fortuin. Councillor Fortuin. I think we need to get something clear now. You were requested in the works meeting to indicate which items you wish to speak on. I wrote to you last night. I wrote to you again this morning. And you still have not indicated which items you wish to speak on. I'm sorry, I'm not going to talk.
U het nou tydens raadsvergadering vir my hierdie boodskap gestuur. So wil u nou vir my sê dat ek
No.
Jy het nou 10 minute, 15 minute oor 10. Ek het gereageer op die hoofvergadering.
Councillor Fortuin, I am speaking now. So when I speak, you are supposed to be silent. Now, I don't want to proceed with this any longer. So if you want to speak on any item, please give it to me in writing within the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Ja, Bas. Ja, Bas.
Mr. Speaker, would you allow me just to raise a point of clarity, please?
Alderman Gierke, if it's on this point, you didn't indicate that you wish to speak on this point. If it's a point of order, we can proceed, but if it's not a point of order, I'm sorry, I'm not going to allow it.
Mr. Speaker, in terms of the rules of order, I'm allowed to raise a point of clarity on any item.
Councillor Gierke, according to which rule of order?
I am not talking about according to the rules of order that you have forwarded me recently when I asked it from you, the rules of order that's applied to this council meetings all the time.
Councillor Alderman Gierke, again, I wish to ask you, what is the point of clarity in terms of the rules of order? There are two, I don't want to go there. What is the point of order that you wish to raise, or the point of clarity?
Mr. Speaker, let me also get this clear to you. My intention is not to waste your time. My intention is here to speak for people. If you don't want to allow me, then say so. Don't breathe and don't go on the way you are going on as if we are burdens or a burden in this meeting. You don't need to do this. We are councillors here and we are human beings. If you rule me out and you say I cannot speak, then it's fine. It becomes part of our court application. It's not a matter.
Councillor Alderman Gierke, thank you for that.
But you're trying to make everybody a troublemaker. When we raise our hands, you're trying to single us out as troublemakers and as people that are undisciplined. This is what you're trying to do.
You are fully entitled to your views, Councillor Alderman Gierke.
But your views are so abrupt and corrupt that you are disrupting this council meeting all the time. You are disrupting, you're keeping us up.
Alderman Gierke, I insist that you withdraw the allegation that I'm corrupt.
I said your views are corrupt. I have never said you are corrupt.
I insist then on you withdrawing that my so-called views are corrupt.
You can charge me for this. I'm not going to withdraw.
Thank you, Alderman Gierke. Next to speak, Alderman van der Hoeven. Alderman van der Hoeven.
Speaker, when we ask questions, we don't expect fellow councillors to answer, but expert officials. Thank you.
Thank you for the advice, Alderman van der Hooven. Chief Whip, I see your hand is up.
Speaker, I was just going to
You're breaking up. I can't hear you, Chief Whip.
I was expressing my dismay at the way that you were treated and what Alderman Kerrick has said, and I was wishing that he would withdraw the statement.
Thank you.
Speaker, can my question be answered? Leave this.
When you apply double standards to interpret the rules of order, you're coming to charge me. You want to charge me.
Order, please. Thank you.
Marlene, jy moet jou rules of order gaan lees man. Jy lees nie die rules of order nie.
Councillor Barnard, thank you.
Speaker.
Councillors, I wish to make it clear for the last time today.
Speaker.
When I speak, Councillor Fortuin.
Moenie so met my praat asseblief. Moenie my nie so aanspreek nie.
Councillor Fortuin, when I'm speaking, when the speaker is speaking, as far as I know the rules, councillors are supposed to be silent. So I wish to indicate again, hopefully for the last time today, that it will not be tolerated, that there is no response to when the speaker addresses councillors. They refuse to be silent. I hope that I can count on your cooperation throughout the proceedings today.
Op punt van orde, Speaker. Op punt van orde, asseblief.
Councillor Fortuin.
My hand is telkens op. Jy ignoreer my elke keer. En as ek inpraat om jou te roep, om jou aandag te trek, dan wil jy my tot orde bring.
Councillor Fortuin.
Ek wil vir u sê, kyk op die WhatsApp, ek het my tye deurgegee.
Councillor Fortuin, for the last time, if you do not comply with my reasonable request that you be quiet when I speak, I'm going to ask you to leave the meeting. I hope that is very, very clear and that there are no misunderstandings. I have not received any times from you, Councillor Fortuin. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Hector. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Hector.
Speaker.
Order.
Kyk op jou WhatsApp, ek het vir jou die tye, ek het vir jou deurgegee.
Order, please. Order, please.
Speaker.
Councillors.
Speaker.
I don't know where you're going with this. I don't know where you think you're going with this, but I'm not going along with you.
Speaker.
Councillor Jantjies Bushman.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, listen, the question that Councillor Nosana has asked has not been answered yet, and near to skipping to the next speaker. Can that question be answered, please? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Can you or one of the officials please respond to the matter of the involvement or not in view of the restrictions or otherwise of the MFMA?
Yes, Speaker, thank you. In terms of this item, the proposal is to transfer these properties to the beneficiaries and then to assist them with applying for FLISP subsidies from the province. So it wouldn't be a question of spending municipal funds on the restoration of these properties. It would be they have a better chance once the properties are in their name of being successful in a subsidy application, which the municipality would assist them with. I don't see any problem in terms of the MFMA with the municipality doing that. We won't be spending any funds. We will merely be assisting them in applying for subsidies. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Jantjies Bushman, Councillor Nosana, I presume that answers your question?
Oh, thank you, Speaker. What about those that don't qualify for the subsidy?
Councillor, I'm not going to go into this anymore as far as that is concerned. That is a question that will have to be answered when we get there.
Oh, Speaker, you are telling me that I'm not supposed to answer, to be answered when I'm asking questions.
Councillor Nosana, not at all. Not at all. I don't think anybody can answer that question in fairness.
That I'm
at this
asking
point.
on the item, my item. Haibo Speaker, stop being Hitler, man. Haibo.
Councillor Nosana, I honestly didn't hear what you were saying there.
Speaker.
What part of my phone?
Which part did you not hear? I've said so many things and the English is now running away from me.
The last part of your contribution there. Thank you. Councillors, we will address this. And Councillor Nosana, I please request you to get in touch with the Human Settlements Committee in trying to answer all your questions in this regard.
So this became about me. It's not about me, it's about the people out there that are going to struggle with those houses.
Councillor Nosana, note of your views. We are now proceeding with this item. Councillor Hector, you have 2 minutes.
Speaker, ek weet
Ek
nie wat om te
luister en
sê
ek
nie.
kyk na my auntie.
Ons sit nou met 'n situasie waar ons praat van huise wat ouer as 100 jaar oud is. Ons praat van inwoners wat 80 jaar oud is, wat ons nie wil help nie. Dit is waaroor dit gaan nou. En hierdie raad moet nou 'n besluit neem waar ons sê, ons is so, as jy gaan kyk, dan sit raadslid Nosana, raadslid Fortuin, ek myself, dien op die Human Settlements Komitee. Ons het begin, raadslid Vigeland het begin, wat die voorsitter is van die komitee, en 'n indruk vir hierdie raad geskep, dat alles is hankie-dorie rondom hierdie item. Dit is nie die geval nie, Speaker. Ek self was gister by een van die huise van meneer H. Fortuin, wat op die lys is. Hy's in trane, sy huis val uitmekaar uit. Hy sit met 'n munisipale rekening van R9,000. Ons vergeet dat hierdie huise behoort aan George munisipaliteit. George munisipaliteit het 'n verantwoordelikheid teenoor die gemeenskap. Ons het vroeër gehoor wat sê die ICDP, ons almal is verantwoordelik vir dienste en nie net die DA nie. Nou moet die DA ons help, ons gemeenskap help. En ons gaan kyk hoe gaan ons die gemeenskap help. En wat ek voorstel wat ons amendments aan die recommendations maak, Speaker. En ek gaan sê wat ons bladsy 50 resolve kan ons vat, A kan ons hou so, maar B wil ek graag hê dat it is proposed that the recommendation to council be amended to read as follows. A, hou ons dieselfde. B, that confirmation of these properties under the title deed restoration program, and E, that the beneficiaries be responsible for payment of all outstanding debt in respect of the property, should it not be possible for the debt to be written off in terms of council's debt management policy. Wat ons die recommendations amend, Speaker, is tevrede om die property aan die gemeenskap voor te dra. Speaker.
Councillor Hector, you are well over your time. Is this a counter proposal?
Dis reg, Speaker.
Can you then present your counter proposal, please, in writing? And we have to do it before we proceed with this meeting, yes?
Ek sal dit nou doen, Speaker. The counter proposal.
I wish there can be a time where we don't vote when it comes to people's problems.
That proposal, so it's probably a lot easier that we just vote on the matter.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Hector, can you please put your written proposal in the chat box?
Ek is gou besig, Speaker, maak so.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker, sinde dat u nou nie praat kan, ek het u my tye gekry, my spreekbeurtye.
Yeah, please proceed, Councillor Fortuin. Do you wish to speak 30 seconds on this item? Councillor Fortuin.
Speaker, ek wag maar gou vir Councillor Hector.
Do you wish to speak on this item, Councillor Fortuin?
Speaker, ja, ek wil ook net byvoeg deur te sê dit moet wees dat die huise geherstel moet word voordat dit oorgehandig word aan hierdie begunstigdes. Ons is baie, ICOSA is baie bly dat mense eienaarskap kan kry. Ja, dit is baie goed. Maar Speaker, soos wat die vorige sprekers nou al gesê het, as mense die title deed het, dan is daardie eiendom dan privaat. Dan gaan die munisipaliteit nie veel kan doen nie, want daar word daar aangewys aan hulle of hulle gesê dat dit is privaat grond. Ons deel daagliks met hierdie tipe gevalle in ons gemeenskappe, Speaker. Dis hoekom ons weet waarvan ons praat. As dit nie in ander gebiede gebeur nie, by ons gebiede, die swart en bruin gebiede, dit gebeur by ons mense.
Thank you,
Dankie, Speaker, vir daai geleentheid.
Thank you. Mr. Paulus, can you please translate?
Ngiqale ukuceba uCouncillor Hector uthi ezi zindlu zindala futhi zingaphezu kwe-100 years, uthi abantu banoma 80 years abantu badala bahlala phayana. Uthi thina ke singoceba wabakhankanye abaceba abaseva kula komiti ye-housing, uthi siye sachaza izimvo zethu nokungakhululeki kwethu ukubana aba bantu mabaqale banikwe i-title deed izindlu zingekalungiswa. Uthi siye sayichaza futhi inkxalabo esinayo. Uthi izolo uye waya kwenye yezi beneficiaries, uMr H14, apho uMr H14 elila inyembezi echaza ityala elikhulu akulo le 90,000 rand alityalayo apha kwamasipala. Uthi ezi zindlu ziseluxanduva likamasipala, ngoko ke kumanyanzelekile umasipala ukubana aqale azilungise ezi zindlu. Ithi ACDP ikhankanye into yokubana sonke funeka sijonge iJoji, ingabiyo DA yodwa ejonga okanye engathi ijonga iJoji, kodwa sonke kunyanzelekile luxanduva lwethu ukubana masijonge izidingo zabantu. Ngoko ke yiloo nto ke esiyenzayo. Wathi ke uzawutshintsha i-recommendation, u-A makahlale enjalo, u-B uyamlungisa ke ngulo azawumbhala ke phaa kwi-chat box. Ukhansila we-ICOSA uthi ewe mazilungiswe ezi zindlu before zinikezelwe abantu. Uthi ewe bona beyi-ICOSA bayafuna abantu bafumane i-ownership okanye ubumnini bezindlu ibe zezabo. Uthi thina siyafuna kakhulu ukuba abantu mabanikwe, kodwa xa abantu sebesele benazo ii-title deed zabo esandleni, into ethetha ukuthi ke leyo yi-private property, umasipala uzawuma ngento ethi akazukwazi ukunceda ngoba kaloku izindlu ezi zinabanini bazo.
Thank you, Mr. Paulus.
Xolo khona nje into endilibeleyo. Uthi siyayazi into esithetha ngayo ngoba imihla ngemihla thina singoceba sihlangana nezi ngxaki, ukuba mhlambi ayenzeki kwezinye iingingqi, kodwa thina kwezethu iingingqi zabantu bebala nabantu abamnyama sihlangana nazo ezi ngxaki mihla le. Enkosi.
Thank you. Councillor Hector, please advise when you are ready.
Steeds besig, Speaker.
Thank you.
Dit gestuur, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Hector. Can I just read it quickly?
Mr. Speaker, meneer ek lees. As I read, Speaker.
Excellent. You cannot please read, Councillor Hector. Thank you. Councillor Hector, do you wish to read or should I?
That's fine, I will read, Speaker.
Thank
A
you.
can stay the same as on page 50. So B will read as follows, that confirmation be obtained from a structural engineer that the current state of the houses are safe and livable. That is B. And then C, that the municipality, as the current owner of the houses and responsible for their maintenance and repair, will repair and rectify any structural damage identified by the structural engineer to make them safe and livable. And D, that an application be submitted to the Provincial Department of Human Settlements to finance the transfer of these properties under the Title Deed Restoration Program. And E, that the beneficiaries be responsible for payment of all outstanding debt in respect of the property, should it not be possible for the debt to be written off in terms of council debt management policy.
Councillors, there you have it. The counter proposal by Councillor Hector. We will vote first on the counter proposal. All those in favour of the counter proposal, please indicate so. Well, this is where it's going to become complicated. You will have to indicate. You will have to indicate loud and clear with your voice, and then I will mark it down on my list here. So, Councillor Hector, who's seconding your proposal?
Cushman is supporting.
Okay.
Jantjies Cushman is seconding Councillor Hector's proposal. I will go down the list alphabetically, and I will ask that you vote. I hope this is in order with the legal department as well. I will ask whether you vote in favour or against the counter proposal, and that will be then the tally of the matter. Thank you. So, Councillor Adams. My apologies.
Again, Speaker.
I see there's a hand, Councillor Dikilili, and then the Chief Whip. Is there a hand at Councillor Dikilili's?
Sorry, Speaker, it's an old hand, ne? I will lower it now.
Thank you. Chief Whip.
Speaker, sorry. There's noise.
Councillor Dikilili, can you please mute your microphone? Thank you. Yes, Chief Whip.
Chairperson, firstly, I just want to check, has Councillor Vugland's proposal been seconded yet? And then secondly, you cut out, so I'm not sure what you were going over to vote on because the reception was a bit bad. But those are just two things. I don't know whether Councillor Raven was seconded or not yet.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Can I indicate who seconds the proposal as contained in the minutes? The agenda for today.
P.D. Lau.
Ik wil nog.
Councillor Roofse. Thank you, Councillor Roofse.
Councillor Roofse, second.
Thank you very much. Councillor Roofse, second. Councillors, give me one moment, please. Councillors, we then proceed to the voting. In other words, we are now voting against or for the proposal made, the counter proposal made by Councillor Hector. We're starting with Councillor Adams. Councillor Adams, can you please indicate in favour or against?
Against, Speaker, against.
Thank you. Councillor Barnard.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Brown.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Buys.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Clark.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Cronje.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Digilili.
In favor, Speaker. In favor.
Councillor De Tooy.
Against.
Councillor Eso is absent. Councillor Farrell.
Against.
Councillor Vugland.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Fortuin.
Big in favor, Speaker.
Councillor Fry.
Against, Speaker.
Alderman Giereke.
In favor.
Councillor Gultik.
Against.
Councillor Hector.
Favor, Speaker.
Councillor Henge.
Coming, Speaker.
In favor, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Henge. Councillor Ingo.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Yankees Gushman.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor James is absent. Councillor Johnson.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Karma is absent. Alderman Kritzinger.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Langa.
Ndiyayixhasa, Speaker, ngokupheleleyo.
Councillor Lesele.
Coming.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Lof.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Lou.
Groot teenstem, voorsitter.
Councillor Mbete.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Ndaka.
Sandown, Isa. Ted.
In favor.
Councillor Mkondu.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Julia Nkamazana.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Noble.
Against.
Councillor Nosana.
In favor.
Alderman Petrus.
Against.
Councillor Plata.
Ndiyayixhasa, Speaker.
I'm in favor. Sorry, against.
Aye, man. Aye.
Against.
Man. You said you were in favor. Now we're turning around.
Councillor Roofse.
I am against, Speaker.
Councillor Royland.
He's not there.
Coming, Speaker.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Suffers.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Snyman.
Against.
Councillor Stander.
Against.
Councillor Stamela.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Strubel.
Against, Speaker.
Alderman Tiyizi.
Ted. Ted, you.
Ndiyayixhasa, Speaker.
Alderman van der Hoeven.
Iyaikasa, Speaker.
Councillor van Niekerk.
Against, Speaker.
Alderman Lou. Van Wyk, my apologies. Alderman van Wyk.
I'm against, Speaker.
Councillor van Brandes.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Wessels.
Against, Speaker.
Alderman Williams.
In favor.
Councillor Windwaai.
Against, Speaker.
Thank you. That completes the voting. We'll just tally it up with Ms. Bredenkamp. Ms. Bredenkamp, are you ready?
Just give me a moment, Speaker.
Thank you.
Toestemming die daarbij.
Kan ik maar akkoord gaan, Speaker?
Please proceed, Ms. Bredenkamp. Thank you.
Take it against is 29 and in favor is 18.
Thank you, Ms. Bredenkamp. The proposal or the recommendation made then as made by Councillor Vugland then carries. Councillor Roose, you have seconded this motion, so I don't think it's necessary for you to speak on this any further. Sorry for that. That would have been your maiden speech, I think, in council, but I think you've made your point. Councillors, we then move to item 8.1.2.
Speaker, ons het 'n besluit die geneem. Ek wil net clarity kry rond my besluit. Ek net 'n vraag aan die direkteur, Speaker.
Councillor Hector.
Voor ons aanbeweeg. Ek net 'n vraag aan die direkteur voor ons aanbeweeg, Speaker. Ons
Councillor
het 'n besluit nou geneem. Ek wil net weet of hierdie huise aan die nasionale bouregulasies voldoen en wie vat die verantwoordelikheid? Speaker.
Councillor Hector, for the last time. When I speak, you please remain silent. If you don't understand it, please allow me to repeat it to you. Otherwise, I'm going to ask you to leave the meeting. I am not going to tolerate any more interruptions. And there's absolute and total disrespect for the speaker.
Speaker, ek het 'n vraag.
Alderman Hector, I have recognized you. I have not recognized you. You have had the opportunity to speak. This matter is now finalized. We move. If you have any further questions, you can take it offline to the director. Thank you very much.
Speaker, ek het 'n vraag rondom die besluit wat hierdie raad nou geneem het.
Councillor Hector, this matter has been dealt with. This item has been dealt with. It's been voted on.
Of het reg of verkeerd is, het julle nie saak aan nie, die DA nie.
Hector, for the last time, when I speak, please remain silent. If I have to warn you again, I'm going to ask you to leave the meeting. Alderman van Wyk.
Speaker, I believe that your role here has been totally disrespected, and I'm requesting in terms of item 27 of the Rules and Order that Councillor Hector be removed from council.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Hector, will you please leave the meeting?
Speaker, now, Speaker.
Order.
Speaker.
Order, please.
Speaker.
Order,
My
please.
hand is up, Speaker.
Councillor Fortuin, I
My
have
hand
not
is up, Speaker.
recognized you. Councillor Fortuin, will you please leave the meeting?
Luister eens, my speaker. Jy laat jou lei deur die burgemeester. Jy laat die burgemeester besluit wat moet gebeur in hierdie meetings. Waarvoor moet ek die meeting leave? Wat het ek verkeerd gedoen? Waaroor moet ek die meeting leave? Jy luister nie na my hand nie, my hand is op.
Point of order, Speaker.
Leave the meeting. Councillor,
Waaroor? Wat is die rede? Gee my die rede waaroor.
I have repeatedly asked you and reminded you that you are not supposed to speak when I am trying to speak. Especially when you have not been
recognized. Ek probeer die aandag te vestig dat my hand is op, Speaker, dan luister u nie. Ja, en jy het nie gepraat uit nie. Ek het die aandag geprobeer vestig op my hand.
Councillor Fortuin. Chief Whip.
Chairperson, could we ask admin to assist us? You have asked two people to be removed from the meeting, Councillors Hector and Councillors Fortuin. can we please have them removed and move on to the
Thank you.
next item? Thank you very much, Speaker.
Speaker.
Councillor Hector, you are not in this meeting any longer. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Haibona kanje.
8.1.2.
Speaker.
Renewal of lease agreement with Panarotti's Pizza Pasta Restaurant in York Street. First to speak there is Councillor Fry. You have 2 minutes.
Speaker, can you please acknowledge my hand, please?
Is that Councillor Jantjies Gushman?
Yes, Speaker.
Please proceed.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this tendency, it's a new tendency now, and the mayor plays the Speaker's role here. The mayor instructs you to do your work. It is incorrect, Speaker. And if you're continuing with this trend, it means we will never have an opportunity to deal with matters on this agenda fairly. Because when we speak or we raise points of orders, you're just going to chuck us out of the meeting. It is not on, Speaker. Can you please deal with it? Can you please take your meeting and deal with it in a correct manner? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jantjies Gushman. Thank you for the advice. I don't need to be reminded to you about how I need to do my work. I've actually forewarned both Councillors Hector and Fortuin numerous times this morning about this matter. And the context is simple. The context is that both Councillors Hector and Councillor Fortuin had to be asked repeatedly for their times to speak, which until moments ago, in the case of Councillor Fortuin, I hadn't received. So that is the context, and then they keep on interrupting. I'm sorry, that is not on. It's not on here, it's not on anywhere. So they will not be part of this meeting any longer today. Alderman Giereke. Order. Alderman Giereke, Councillor Fortuin, you are not part of this meeting anymore. Alderman Giereke.
Mr. Speaker, as for myself and for my party, I need some clarity to remain in this meeting any further. And I want the clarity from you. In terms of Rule 30.1.3, there's a matter of point of personal explanation. And then a member that relies on a point of personal explanation may be afforded a point of clarity. This is what the rule says. And it says when that member speaks, he can speak for 2 minutes. This is what the rule says. Now, the rule doesn't make provision for whether the matter has been voted or not. The rule makes provision for a member to rise on a point of explanation or of clarity. Now, if we are not allowed points of explanation or points of clarity, and your ruling comes to chuck us out of the meeting or to exclude us, where are we going to, Mr. Speaker? What is actually up here? What is this? Is this political intolerance that you don't want other views in this council meeting? Is this what we're dealing with here? We do respect that there is no truth in the narrative that we disrespect your chair. There is no truth whatsoever. And whoever tries to pressurize you to say that we are disrespecting you, we are respecting you for 4 years now. There's no form of disrespect from my side or from my party side, and I believe from any other councillor. The fact of the matter is, when we rise to ask questions, why must we be excluded? Why can't we be answered?
Alderman Giereke, thank you. I think this very item that you are raising, item 30 as a whole, on the matter of points of order and personal explanation, is open to interpretation, depending on which side of the fence you basically are sitting. I am trying to facilitate this at the best of my ability, or to the best of my ability, in terms of how I interpret this. I'm sorry, I cannot agree with you on the matter of disrespect, because if there was respect, we wouldn't be where we are now at this meeting in terms of Councillors Hector and Councillor Fortuin. which is most
Speaker.
unfortunate. No, I take absolutely no pleasure in that. I wish to point out to you.
Can I just? Yes. I'm listening, Speaker.
Yeah, Councillor, it's you know, Alderman, I'm sorry. In terms of item 30.1.3, and I quote, a point of personal explanation, close the quotation, means the explanation of some material part of a member's speech which has been misunderstood or which needs clarity. That's the only part where I read about clarity.
Yes.
Thank you.
Speaker, please acknowledge me.
Councillor Struble, I'll acknowledge you when I'm done with this. Thank you. Alderman Gierke, do you wish to add anything?
Mr. Speaker, you are right. Clarity on a part that's got a material effect on the member's speech. Earlier on, and I don't want to labor my thing now, but we can deal with it when we get there. But earlier on, I've asked you for a point of clarity. That means simply just explanation on a member's speech. You refuse me to do this whilst the rules of order allows this. I'm just trying, by doing this, I'm trying to tell you there is no truth whatsoever. There is no bad blood against you. There is no truth that we want to derail this meeting. I am not going to be party, or I'm not going to succumb to that type of view that we are up to derailing your meeting or targeting you or whatever. I have never done that, and we have never done that. So in order to assist this meeting to move forward, let us get rid of the perception that we are fighting the speaker. That is utter nonsense. That is not true. And the mayor and Councillor Viljoen and everybody that apply that pressure on you to get rid of us or to stop us or whatever, don't act in their interest. Act in the interest of council and in the interest of the city, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Gierke. Councillor Struble.
Speaker, thank you very much. I just wish to refer councillors to item 27.1 of the Rules of Order. The Speaker must call the attention of the member to irrelevant, tedious repetition, unbecoming language or behaviour, or any breach of order on the part of a member, and shall direct such member, if speaking, to discontinue his or her speech until the member has come to order. Such direction shall be regarded as a warning. Upon 2 warnings and a final warning during the deliberations of a council meeting, the provisions of Rule 28 shall apply, and the Speaker may decide to take disciplinary action against such member in terms of the Code of Conduct for Councillors. And then 27.2.7 says to disregard any instructions or rulings of the Speaker. It is clear, Speaker, that various councillors from the opposition has disregarded instructions or rulings of yourself in this council chamber. And I hope that members will take cognizance of this.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Order, please. Order, please. Thank you, Councillor Struble.
Point of order.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order.
I'm sorry, who is speaking?
It's Langa speaking, Speaker.
Councillor Langa?
Yes, Speaker. I just want to indicate, Speaker, we do not need Councillor Struble to read to us the rules of order here. We do know the rules of order. You do your work and don't let people interfere in what you are doing, Speaker. Thank you. Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. We now move to item 8.1.2, the renewal of the lease agreement with Panarotti's Pizza Pasta Restaurant in York Street. First to speak there is Councillor Fry. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the item is straightforward. Chairperson, the item is about the extended of the lease and including an extra portion of the earth 1623 in George. Chairperson, the recommendation is in front of us of page 57. Chairperson, I would plead that Council accepts and approve the recommendation as is on page 57.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Next to speak is Councillor Ndaka. You have 2 minutes.
We support the recommendation, but I've got 2 questions. One question is asking you, the municipality, how much money did they get from the COVID funds that they were allocated? And for the company that is applying for the lease Panarottis, how much money was given to them? If I can have an answer on those 2.
Councillor Ndaka, with respect, I'm not sure how that relates to the item or to the recommendation. Can somebody from your from admin please respond?
Speaker, please don't start. It's my birthday today, so I don't want to answer you. Please, an official can answer that. Thank you.
Is there anybody
Speaker?
who can assist?
Speaker?
Please.
Yeah, if I may ask, the CFO can give the exact amount, but as far as I know, the only funding we received was, for example, for PPE and so forth, but perhaps the CFO can give more details.
Thank you. Mr. Wallace, can you please assist? Thank you,
Speaker, if I understand the question correctly, the question was how much did this company that wants to rent the offices receive as alleviation for the COVID lockdown. Am I correct? Or
yes, please.
Yes, you are correct.
Chairperson, that information we haven't got. We can ascertain from them, but that's not. That is not included in the rental agreement as such. That's personal information of that specific business.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Councillor Ndaka.
So you don't have an exact amount. That's what you were saying, Mr. Wallace, ne? And from the municipality, I'm asking about the municipality. So you don't have an exact amount.
Through the I see that Mr. Erasmus's hand is up. Mr. Erasmus.
Thank you, Speaker. The municipality did not give any money to any private company. The funding that we received from government was for specific purposes, and ourselves, we did not accept for food parcels to individuals, but not any companies. They were definitely not a recipient of any funding from us. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Erasmus. Councillor Ndaka.
Nkosi Tata Erasmus. Thank you very much. But
thank you and congratulations on your birthday.
Hima, who first speak. Even if not today, we want the report about that money from the government. You can continue, Speaker.
Thank you. Last to speak on this item, I see that Ms. Power's hand is up. Ms. Power. Is your hand down, Ms. Power? Last to speak on this item is Councillor Brown. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. I support the recommendation my colleague as set out on page 60. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Item 8.1.3, extension of the agreement lease for the portion of the York Street Road Reserve to the Bench Restaurant. First to speak there is Alderman Kritzinger. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. This item relates to a small piece of road reserve around about 14 square meters in front of the Bench Restaurant in York Street to be utilized for an outside seating. This has been leased to the Bench since 2017, and this application deals with the renewal of the lease agreement for another 5 years. I would thus ask Council to accept or to adopt the recommendation as on page 60. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Alderman Kritzinger. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Ndaka. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, Speaker. You were busy wishing me or congratulating me. Someone interrupted us. Can you please start that one again so that I can?
Many congratulations. And afterwards, after this meeting, I'll probably phone you and try to sing to you as well.
Okay, I will give. Okay, Speaker, thank you very much. We support the recommendation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Stemela. You have 1 minute, Councillor Stemela.
I second the item, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Stemela. Item 8.1.4, prescriptive claim, portion of unused portion of earth 14 Blanco that was previously used as a water furrow. First to speak there is Councillor Suffers. Councillor Suffers, you have 2 minutes.
Speaker, can Speaker my word?
I hear you clearly. Please proceed.
Speaker, dit gaan maar net oor 'n portion. Dit is eintlik it's a water furrow next to this 14. It's actually for no use, and therefore the developer is just asking us to grant him this piece of land, and therefore I propose as stand in the recommendation, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Suffers. Councillor Dikilili is next to speak. You have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you, Speaker. I would like to know, except that 7 and 10, which is adjacent to R14, is there any farm or any other place which is adjacent or next to R14? And then secondly, it is more than 2,000 square meters, so I'm not sure how big is that one. I would like also to know that is the place was visited by the committee. If not, why? Because I think it needs to be visited so that we all, at the end of the day, will be aware of how big is the portion.
Thank you, Councillor Dikilili. Through the MM, I presume that Mr. Liver will probably be answering. Or Ms. Power.
Thank you, Speaker, through the MM. Councillor Dikilili, the property is a narrow water furrow that runs between it right adjacent to the western boundary of the Golden Valley extension up in Blanco, and the two portions, portion 7 and portion 10, are two portions that are originally zoned agriculture. Now, this furrow was created historically to channel water from the mountain to the local farms. There are no other agricultural or farm portions that's adjacent to this section at the moment. The size of it is purely because of the length. It's absolutely such a narrow portion that it cannot be utilized for anything other. The two portions 7 and 10 are being developed by the property owner, and they would just like to incorporate that into the development to ensure that there's not this piece of no man's land lying between the two developments, but essentially it won't necessarily add significant value to the properties adjacent. The owners of the property have been, so through the land surveyor has made a determination as well and confirmed that the owners and their predecessors, the families that owned the property before, benefited from this furrow, hence we're dealing with it as a prescriptive claim. But the sites to the east of that are already committed to development.
Thank you, Ms. Power. Councillor Dikilili.
Okay, thanks, Speaker. I've heard that it cannot be used for the human settlement. But I think in future, because there are many portions, maybe in future the municipality is going to, sell the properties. But I think it's quite very important to those properties to be visited by the committees, even before they come to the council. That definitely needs to be visited. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Dikilili. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Vugland. You have 1 minute, Councillor Vugland.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the proposal made by Councillor Sappers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vugland. Before we proceed to the next item, can I ask administration, or then through the according to the screen in front of me, Councillors Hector and Councillor Fortuin are still with us. Is there any way that they can be removed from this platform? If so, please proceed with that. Thank you.
Op grond waarvan het jy my remove, Speaker, wil ek weet.
Councillor Fortuin, you are no longer part of this meeting.
Nee, ek is deel van, ek is in my huis, ek sit nie in my huis. Ek is deel van die vergadering hier in my
Councillor
huis.
Fortuin, you are not part of this meeting. Thank you. Item 8.1.5, application to extend agreement of lease in respect of post office building situated in Mission Street, Pakkersdorp. First to speak there is Councillor Noble. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, Speaker, the item is on page 64 to 68, and as said in the item, or the background is that as South African Post Office leases the post office building in Mission Street PAX from Council, George Council. So the current lease agreement is from the 1st of March 2016 and will terminate on February 2021. You will see the current rental is there an amount of 13,264.90 per month and escalating at 8% annually. But you will see in the recommendation just let me see here, is that the escalation is then, there's an extension from the 1st of March 2021 for a further period of 5 years, and also an escalated amount of 14,326.10 cents, escalating at 8%. So if you read further in the recommendations, you will see that it's really a fair amount. And the other, but in closing, I support the recommendation on page 66. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Noble. Next is Councillor Dikilili. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Pakkersdorp Post Office is rendering the services for the community.
Councillor Dikilili, you are breaking up.
All right. Can you hear me now, Speaker?
I can hear you now. I can hear you.
Yeah, right. The post office is rendering the services for the people of Pakkersdorp, and the ANC support the recommendation. But I would like to know about the price that is paid every month, which is close to 40,000. It's 30. Close to 14, sorry, close to 13,000, yeah, 13,000 some odds, close to 14,000. So what is the criteria that was used to reach that amount?
Thank you, Councillor Dikilili.
Another thing, Speaker, is it the same like others in town? The criteria that was used and the pricing?
Thank you, Councillor Dikilili. Ms. Power.
Speaker.
Councillor Stanner.
I want to refer to the proposal of my colleague. I think the only to set it right is the recommendation is on page 68, not on page 66, and the term is for 9 years and 11 months, as far as I can understand. Can we just correct that?
Thank you, Councillor Stander. Noted. Ms. Power.
Sorry, Speaker, for my apology there. I'm using my phone here, so my apology.
Noted, Councillor Noble. Thank you. Through the Ms. Power, do you wish to respond? Or can you respond?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, the lease amounts on all the rental properties and the post office services is a registered company. They're not a non-profit organisation. So all the lease properties are based on market value. So we usually obtain the valuer, the information from a valuer. So it's based on market related values or rentals.
Thank you, Ms. Power. Councillor Dikilili.
All right. Okay, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Last is Alderman Petrus. You have 1 minute, Alderman Petrus.
Speaker, kom mute julle my.
Speaker, ek ondersteun, sekondeer die voorstel.
Thank you, Alderman Petrus. Item 8.1.6.
Speaker, kom mute julle my aanhou. Speaker.
Control. Councillor Hector, you are no longer part of this meeting. Thank you very much.
Ons is part van die meeting, Speaker. Ons is part van die meeting. Ons is councillors, hierdie mense ingesit. Ek is nie deur jou in die raad ingesit nie.
Kom mute julle ons. Moet ons julle ook mute. Kom mute julle ons, moet julle ook mute. Ha? Ek was stil, maar nadat jou rassistiese burgemeester
Hector.
Gaan control jou DA raad hier nie vir my nie. Jy gaan nie vir my kontroleer.
Julle is 'n klomp rassiste hier, man.
Councillor Hector, since you are no longer part of this meeting, I will excuse you for that.
Moet my nie mute, jy het my 'n kans gegee, Speaker.
Order.
Point of order, Speaker.
Burgemeester het vir jou opdrag gegee.
Order.
Malin, jy is mos die burgemeester van George eintlik. Jy is mos die burgemeester van George.
Jy moet ons die hele tyd ons nog man.
Jy regeer mos George. Jy regeer die burgemeester eintlik.
Please, Speaker.
Councillors Hector and Fortuin.
Jy kan ons maar mute, Speaker.
What Alderman Giereke was saying on your behalf.
Jy is mos die burgemeester van George.
Julle maar.
Order.
Julle gaan nie aan vir ons mute. Ons is deur ons mense heen gesit, nie deur julle nie. Nie deur julle nie.
Maar mute, jy gaan die hele dag order, tot jy ons toelaat.
Hierdie meeting gaan nie aangaan vandag voortgaan nie, want jy gee nie vir ons ons regmatige deel nie.
Ek maar order, laat bring ons terug in die vergadering in. Ek was stil, die burgemeester het jou opdrag gegee.
Can we please make arrangements to have councillors Hector and Fortuin removed from this platform? There must be a way to do that. Thank you. Chief Whip.
Well, Speaker, seems as though you've removed him from the platform. That's right. According to our rules of order.
I cannot hear what you were saying.
Ek maar according heeldag maar van rules of order, ons gaan nie toelaat dat korrup.
Item 27.1 of our rules of order says
Point of order, Speaker.
Unbecoming language or behavior is a breach of contract of the rules of order, and I take exception to be called a racist. I take exception that we are called racist, and I expect Councillor Hector to withdraw what he said about us being racist, Speaker.
Speaker, can you acknowledge jy is mos die burgemeester van George, Malin. Jy is mos die burgemeester van George, eintlik. Speaker, can you acknowledge my hand, please?
Councillors, we are not going anywhere with this. Can we have order, please?
Can you acknowledge my hand, Speaker?
Give me a moment, please.
Gaan luister na jou recordings, dan gaan jy hoor ek was stil nadat jy toe kry jy opdrag van die burgemeester af.
I see that the Mayor hand is up. Mayor?
Yes, Speaker. I take exception to being called a racist, and I requested, just as you've requested, that these councillors be removed from this platform.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jy dink omdat jy wit is, jy kan nie speak.
Order. Councillors Hector and Fortuin, I respectfully ask you to remove yourselves from this platform. And before you do so, Councillor Hector, I insist on you withdrawing the statement that we are racists.
Speaker, ek vra vir jou gaan luister na die recording. Ek was
Thank you.
Speaker.
Order, please.
Speaker, my hand.
Order, please. Councillor Jantjies Guzman, there are plenty of hands up. Please. Councillors, I wish to move on with this meeting. I will recognize Councillor Snyman, Councillor Lowe, and Alderman Gierke, and then we proceed with the meeting. And then Councillor Jantjies Guzman. Councillor Snyman.
Bring my terug in die vergadering, gaan ons aan. Bring my terug in die vergadering, gaan ons aan, Speaker.
Councillor Snyman.
Speaker, it is obvious that no matter what you say, these councillors are not listening to you. I'm extremely disturbed at the fact that we are being labelled racist in the first place, and the continuous referral to our colour of our skin just goes to show that there is no respect for us, and it is. I'm taking objection, and I'd like something to be done about it, please.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe.
Chairperson, ja, ek luister dat raadslid Sean ook nou gesê het, as gepraat word van rassiste. Daar word gepraat van wit mense, ek is nie een van dit nie, nou wonder word daarna my veldkleur ook verwys as 'n rassist. Maar ek wil tog vra, voorsitter, as speaker, dat ons asseblief moet aangaan. Ons word ransom gehou hier deur 1 of 2 persone. Is daar nie
wonder.
Councillor Hector, you are not.
Hulle kan sny nie, meneer. Ek gee nie om vir meneer Hector nie, meneer, as dit sy houding is, dan weet ek nie hoe hy kinders kan grootmaak met so 'n houding nie. So kan ons vra vir IT om hulle op 'n manier uit te sny digitaal, meneer. Baie dankie.
Jy gee nie om nie, maar jy gee nie om vir bruin mense nie. Wat sal jy worry of swart mense?
Councillor Hector, this is your absolute last warning. You are not part of this meeting any longer.
Meneer, ek wil vir meneer Hector sê, noem my 'n swart mens, dan praat ons verder.
Councillor Lowe, you've had your opportunity. Alderman Gierke.
Mr. Speaker, in order for this meeting to move forward, can I ask you that you ask the administration to arrange an immediate meeting between all the whips? Let us just restore order and move on with the meeting, please, if that is possible.
Thank you, Alderman Gierke. I wish to proceed with this meeting without that being necessary. If you will allow me to, I see that the mayor's hand is up.
Hi, Speaker.
Well, Speaker,
What now?
Councillor
Speaker.
Councillor Jantjies Guzman,
Speaker, I'm going to request you to adjourn this meeting so that administration can remove these councillors from the platform, and that we only return to the meeting once that we are certain that they've been removed from the platform.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, give me a moment. I just need to make a phone call.
So, I'm muted. My hand is no longer acknowledged, Speaker. Stop calling.
Ebandu, must you call Pradel while we are busy in a meeting?
Oh, but Speaker, seriously, you are dealing with us. Shame. I give you that.
Councillor Jantjies Guzman, I did indicate that I wish to make a phone call, and that is why I silenced myself. Please, let's just try and do some patience on all sides here. You may speak now, Councillor Jantjies Guzman.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just wanted to caution you that the councillors that you wish to, they must withdraw the statements. You've already chucked them out of the meeting. From where are you talking to them now? Because they are not part of the meeting because you chucked them out. Now, how are we charging councillors that are not part of the meeting?
Councillor Jantjies Guzman, I appreciate that. Technically, they've been excluded from the meeting, but they were obviously in the meeting, as you could hear, and they were actually making very, very nasty remarks. So it is a challenge, and we will address that challenge. I'm very much aware of what you are saying. Thank you. Councillors, I'm just waiting on feedback as to how we can practically proceed with this meeting. So please, I'm going to adjourn this particular meeting for 5
Mr. Speaker,
minutes. I'm going to adjourn the meeting. Alderman Gierke.
Speaker, you have the right to adjourn the meeting. I have placed a request on the table. For all the whips. You can chair the meeting, but for all the whips to meet, so that we iron out some issues, please.
Alderman Gierke, thank you for the suggestion. As far as I'm concerned, there shouldn't be a need to iron out anything. It is simply a matter of some councillors, some whips, not being able to contain themselves and their behaviour. So, Alderman Gierke, I'm speaking. Alderman Gierke, I'm speaking. I did not interrupt you. I am not going to adjourn a meeting for the whips to meet. I will adjourn this meeting for 5 minutes in anticipation of a response that I've put through to admin, which in 5 minutes time I'm asking you to sign up again, and I will then hopefully be able to convey a new strategy and a new action plan to you. I see that the MM's hand is up. MM?
Speaker, I can confirm that both councillors have been removed from the meeting.
Thank you. In that case, thank you, Dr. Gratz. In that case, we will proceed with this meeting. I see that Alderman van der Hoofen's hand is up. Alderman van der Hoofen.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to bring to your attention that I think it's a fair request. It's a fair request that the whips meet.
I think
I think it's most important in order to get tranquility back and to get systems in place. Please, Speaker, adhere to that call.
Thank you, Alderman van der Hoofen. As I've explained to Alderman Gierke, I don't see the necessity of that. The two councillors in question have been removed from the platform. We now move to item 8.1.6, minutes of the Credit Control Steering Committee meeting, December 2020. Councillors, this item has been withdrawn. We move to item 1. Dr. Gratz, is your hand still up?
Sorry, Speaker. No, it's not. I apologize.
Thank you. Alderman Gierke.
Mr. Speaker.
Speaker.
Councillors, I've recognized Alderman Gierke. Alderman Gierke, please proceed.
Speaker, just for the last time, the meeting, this council meeting is not about any particular council or any particular party. So it doesn't matter whether a council has been excluded from this meeting or not. We need to restore discipline and understand the interpretation of the rules. And therefore, I have asked for a meeting of the whips because there's misinterpretation of the rules and there's a double standard application of the rules of order. This is what I'm trying to tell you, sir.
Alderman, thank you for the suggestion again. I find it most strange that 4.5 years into our tour of duty, we now have to adjourn meetings in order for the whips to convene to discuss matter of how to conduct yourself at council meetings. I am not going to accede to that request, Alderman. Thank you very much. I see that there's a hand up at Councillor Dickie Lilies.
Thank you, Speaker. It's Councillor Cushman. Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Speaker. It's Councillor Cushman. Speaker, you just withdrawn an item here from the agenda without consulting anyone, and this thing is getting a norm. It's becoming a norm that you just withdraw items on the agenda, and we've already prepared for this and allocated time for those items. What about that? And also this thing of you saying that it's a new thing that Elderman Gerike is saying that we must have a whips meeting in the process of a meeting. It's not new, but it's only allowable when Marlene asks us as opposition whips to have a whips meeting and so that Councillor Banban can come into order. It is not fair, Speaker, what you are doing to us today. It is really, really bad. And we only have 5 months to get out in your way. So it's only 5 months. Be patient with us.
Thank you. I wish I could ask the same of all the councillors. Thank you for that, Councillor Gushman. I'm going to ask Councillor Wessels to just explain why this item was withdrawn. Councillor Wessels, please. Councillor Wessels. Councillor Wessels, can you hear me?
Speaker?
Sorry. Sorry? Is that Councillor Wessels?
Speaker?
Chief Whip?
Chief Whip, yeah. Councillor Wessels is having problems logging in and unmuting himself. So let us just try and get him to do that quickly.
Thank you. Councillor Wessels, are you with us yet? I know you're in the meeting. Can anybody else please assist then in just explaining why the matter was withdrawn, this item? Chief Whip?
Chairperson,
yes, I see that Councillor Wessels is with us.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Wessels.
Yeah, Speaker, sorry, I'm breaking up. I seem to have issues with, I'm trying to resolve it with IT. What was the question?
The question was, why was item 8.1.6 minutes of the Credit Control Steering Committee meeting December 2020, why was it withdrawn?
Speaker, I was contacted yesterday by the CFO, Mr. Leon Wallace, and held with regards to the list of items received where we are going to write off certain dates, and it was then decided the item sort of sneaked into the budget steering committee, and it was decided that we're going to contact those lists, and we're going to give them the option of firstly trying to recover some of those debts over a 24-month term.
Thank you, Councillor Wessels. Councillor Jantjies Gushman.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the minutes that were allocated on that item, as you are saying, this withdrawal, it was negotiated yesterday already, and we allocated minutes. I want that minutes to be allocated in another item, please.
Well, it's been withdrawn for everybody, Councillor Jantjies Gushman. I'm not going to, unfortunately, I can't accede to that request. Item 8.1.7, informal electrification in George Municipality. Councillor Mbete, you have 3 minutes.
Morning, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. This item discusses the electrification of informal structures within the Greater George area. The Elect Service Department lists the minimum requirements for informal electrification based on experience over the last number of years and request a more structured approach guided by Council. This item requests that Council considers the establishment of a multidisciplinary task team to develop guidelines for the establishment, formalization, and provision of service for informal settlements. The item also requests Council to support the proposed settlements to be electrified within the current 2020-21 financial year. George Municipality experienced an unprecedented growth in informal housing, specifically in the Old Brick and surrounding areas of Thembaletu, as well as areas such as Mogeplug and Mogeir in Pakasdorp. The increase in informal structures far exceeded the construction of formal houses through the UISP and other provincial housing projects. Therefore, George Municipality is facing enormous challenges regarding the electrification of new housing projects in George. This challenge is not just limited to specific areas within George, but across the George supply area. These include projects such as ERF325, East Pakasdorp, Golden Valley, Metro Grounds, Thembaletu Area 8C, the future Thembaletu N2 development, Thembaletu Area 5 and 6, Europe, ERF325 West, etc. The current methodology of electrifying informal settlement is not sustainable and must be addressed as a matter of urgency. The Elect Service Department recommends that the provision of services within the informal settlements are investigated through a multidisciplinary task team consisting of all the services departments, the UISP work group, and the finance department. After numerous damage, electrical infrastructure, and inability to maintain the electrical supplies within many of the informal areas, several minimum criteria must be adhered to for in future informal electrification projects. These requirements are critical to ensure safety of the public, staff, and protect municipal property. Therefore, Speaker, I recommend the recommendation on page 90 as it is. I propose. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mbete. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Lisele. You have 3 minutes, Councillor.
Enkosi Somlomo. Somlomo. Singumbutho kaKhongolose. Siyayixhasa ingcebiso. Kodwa ke uC no D asihambiselani nayo, asivumi kuba iza kuchaphazela uluntu, kusokole abantu abangeyongxenye nezinyokanyoka. Nale into yokuba abasebenzi xa befika abantu bezinyoka bephezulu bafike bajike bangenzi into ayamkelekanga tu. Kufuneka ibe ngoceba abanqanda abantu. Loo nto ibeka ubomi babo esichengeni. Bona bayanqanda abe umasipala engenangxaki, yindlela ababona ngayo bona abantu. Iphi ikontraka eyayixhongiwe i-EDZ yokususa izinyokanyoka? Yenza ntoni iphi? Singoceba ke bewadi sicela kwenziwe amalungiselelo okudibanisa oceba kunye necandelo lombane. Enkosi Somlomo.
Thank you, Councillor Lisele. Mr. Paulus, can you please translate?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. We as the ANC, we support the recommendation, except for recommendation C and D. We are not in full support of recommendation C and D because people will be affected. People who are not part of this electricity theft will be affected. And the part, Speaker, of that people are being attacked when they are busy fixing, when they are on top busy fixing electricity cables, and the statement that says that councillors are not
Sorry, Speaker. Sorry, point of correction here. Point of correction, Noma Wanga, we are not, the letter speaker did not say people are being attacked. Can you go back and read your notes, please?
Mr. Paulus?
Can she then rephrase her statement, Speaker, so that I can get the correct statement?
Can I? She's out for a moment, Speaker. It's just to explain that part where she was actually, where Ms. Apollos was actually making that mistake. What she was saying is that this thing of municipal officials, when they arrive and the illegal connectors are right on top of the pole in, connecting, and they just turn around without doing anything. It is wrong for them to do so, because what the officials are doing, they ask councillors or ward councillors to go and speak to the illegal connectors. And that, in essence, is giving a message that says municipality is not really in favor of disconnecting the illegal connectors, but the councillors are pushing their own agenda. In that, by virtue of doing it like that, the councillors' lives are actually endangered. So that's basically what was being said. Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Nomabonga.
Thank you, Councillor Langa. Ms. Apollos, do you need or wish to add anything? Thank you.
I'm actually lost now. No.
I hope you found again. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Stemela. You have 1 minute.
I support my colleague who proposed the item.
Thank you, Councillor Stemela. We move to item 8.1.8, proposed acquisition of the York High School.
Sorry, Speaker, Councillor Struble, may I just ask you something, please?
Councillor Struble, I didn't see your hand.
I put up my hand, but the hand comes down on the system.
I believe you, but I didn't see it. Yes, Councillor Struble?
I would like to propose that we adjourn before we go to number 14 on the agenda today, that we do adjourn for 30 minutes. Please, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. Item 8.1.8, proposed acquisition of the York High School hostel building situated on urban 1641 and 1645 George for the George municipality. First to speak there is Councillor Stander. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this item pertaining to the York Hostel at this stage is about mandating the municipal manager to investigate the possibility of acquiring this property from the existing owner, namely the Provincial Department of Transport for the George municipality. In order to do this, Speaker, the municipal manager is required to do a full investigation, which includes a feasibility study. An informed decision cannot be made before all the relevant information as set out in the item 8.1.8 of today's agenda is available. I therefore propose the recommendation as set out on pages 126 and 127 of the agenda of today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stander. Next to speak on this is Councillor Plata. You have 1 minute, Councillor Plata.
Molweni Speaker. Speaker, kudala isiza lento ukusuka ngo-2011. Ndiyacinga ke okokuba noko njengoko kusitshiwo lixesha lokokuba ezi ngxoxo zikhawuleze, ngoba le building ihleli nje ayisetyenziswa kodwa iinkonzo zona ziyahlawula. Ithi ke loo nto iyakusinceda ngoba ikufutshane neenkonzo zothutho. Singukhongolose ke noko siyayixhasa into ekumila kunje. Enkosi.
Thank you, Councillor Plata. Translation, please, Ms. Apollos. I hope you have found yourself now.
Thank you, Speaker. This has been coming on since 2011. I think now it is time that we start to speed up the process, and this will help because it is very much closer to public transport. So as the ANC, we support this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Plata and Ms. Apollos. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Noble. You have 1 minute, Councillor Noble.
Speaker, therefore I support the recommendation by my colleague. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Noble. We move to item 8.1.9, establishment of a district food pantry. First to speak there is Councillor Snyman. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Snyman.
Thank you, Speaker. I think this item is pretty self-explanatory. It's found on pages 128 to 132. I'd like it noted that obviously the cooperation between the municipality and private sector is becoming more and more important. And this item actually brings to the attention of those that we are able to make these joint venture projects, and hopefully this will eliminate some of the serious issues regarding hunger in all the areas of George. I therefore recommend, as per the recommendation on page 132, and so resolved.
Thank you, Councillor Snyman. Next to speak is Councillor Loff. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Loff.
I thank you very much, Speaker. In principle, we just hold on, please. Hi, Speaker, can you hear me now? Thank you, because there was an echo on my system. In principle, we as the ANC, we support the food banks. This was one of our principal things that we started already supporting in 2006 for the district municipality, because after we realized that food security is one of the fundamental things that we need to look into in local government. And foreseeing this is in fruitization now, although we've been talking about this for quite some time, we are quite aware that the DA is out there in the communities claiming that they are the people first thinking about food banks and food security. And we are quite aware that the DA is using this as an election tool. We just plead with this municipality and with the officials out there that they need to go out there and explain the importance of food security, and not this very good initiative must not be used by the DA as an election campaign. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Loff. Last speaker on this item is Councillor Lowe. You have 1 minute, Councillor Lowe.
Chairperson, ek ondersteun die recommendation soos voorgelê deur my kollega.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillors, we will then adjourn for 45 minutes. We will be back here at 13:45. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much.
Tammy, kan jy my hoor?
I can hear you. Why? You're very early for the adjournment, man.
Good afternoon, councillors and staff. We are back in this meeting. Welcome back. I'm going to ask again that those who can indicate in the chat box their presence, please do so ASAP. According to my calculations, we have approximately 2 hours left if things go smoothly with the remainder of the agenda. I will ask Ms. Brenkamp to please check for us. I'm not sure whether any of those who took lunch or many of them actually, whether they actually signed out. I don't think so.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, they did. So I will just check.
Please do, and if you can tell me whether we have a quorum, then we will check with the councillors who are on Councillor Dikilili's device.
I'm back, Speaker. I'm back in the meeting. Councillor Mkondo is back in the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Mkondo, and welcome back.
I thank you.
Ek sou op die council meeting nee, as dit so.
That is correct, Councillor Lowe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, Speaker.
Speaker, ons gaan seker later weer tea break kry, né?
Let's see how things develop, Councillor Noble. You must actually have a lot of empathy with me now. I simply cannot find my attendance register that I had this morning. And my desk is actually quite orderly. Here it is, I found it.
Sterkte, Speaker.
Thank you. Miss Power, I think people are, not Miss Power, Miss Bredenkamp, people are still signing on, or councillors.
Yes, I so noted, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We will hold for a minute or two. Councillors, those who haven't signed in yet, can you please indicate so in the chat box, please? Those who are able to do so. Those councillors who are still joining, please indicate in the chat box your presence. Otherwise, I'm just going to waste a lot of time.
Speaker, I'm having problems writing in the chat box. It's Councillor Adams, I'm present.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Noted. Ms. Bredenkamp, do we have to have a, I know we have to have a quorum. Can we proceed once we have a quorum?
Speaker.
I'm listening.
Sikho sonke, ukansila Lang ukhona, ukansila Gushman ukhona, ukansila Henge ukhona, ukansila Dlikilile ukhona, ukansila Ncamazana ukhona, ukansila Williams ukhona, ukansila Love, sorry, Alderman Williams ukhona, ukansila Love ukhona, uJohn Royland ukhona, ukansila Lesel ukhona, Alderman Teyise ukhona, Councillor Plata ukhona, Councillor Nosana ukhona. Nkosi.
Thank you, Councillor Longa. That was fantastic initiative. Thank you. Which means we have a quorum, and therefore, Ms. Bredenkamp, I wish us to proceed. Thank you very much for the cooperation. Councillors, we move to item, when I get my agenda in front of me, we move to item 9. Item 9 is resolutions taken by the Executive Mayor under delegated authority. There were no resolutions brought to my attention. Then we move to item 10, motions or proposals deferred from previous meetings. There are none to my knowledge. 11, motions. New motions. 11.1 is new motions. I see that there are 2 hands up. There's a hand up at Councillor Dikilili and then also Councillor Brown. Councillor Dikilili, is that an old hand?
Councillor, sorry, Speaker. I just want to indicate that I have a question, to raise in council.
Councillor Langa, if we stick to the rules of order, then if you have a question, that question should actually be put in writing. I don't want to be difficult. Please don't misunderstand me.
Hey, Speaker. Yeah. Seeing that your knob gear is so high up, you know, to see any head that you would want to chop, I wouldn't want to give you that joy. It's okay, Speaker. I'll do that in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for your understanding. Councillor Brown. Councillor Brown, your hand is...
It was the wrong hand. Thanks.
Sorry. We move to item 11.2, motions of exigency. I don't see any hands. We move to item 12, matters at the discretion of the Speaker. There are none at this stage. 13, urgent matters by the Municipal Manager, MM.
Mr. Speaker, my hand is up.
Sorry, Alderman, I didn't see your hand. My apologies. Do you wish to comment? Do you please proceed?
Yeah, on item 12, I just want to draw your attention to the following. One and then 14.14. That item that deals with investigation of possible breach of code of conduct for Councillor Cronje. I have placed Councillor Buys on the speakers list. I see on the actual speakers list now that they've put my name in there. Can you just rectify it, because I have sent the information through? Also, the last council meeting, I've placed Councillor Buys at various items and it was ignored. So they put my name there. But can you correct that for me, please? And then secondly, I just want to ask you, I've written to you to inquire or to obtain the recordings of the last two council meetings. It is now 14 days expired. I have not received anything. Is there any news on that, please?
Councillor Alderman, that is news to me. It was my understanding that it was made available to you. It really is news to me. I will follow up with Ms. Witt, and I will follow up with committee services, and I will give feedback to you within today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. MM, it's your turn finally. Urgent matters by the Municipal Manager.
Thank you, Speaker. No, I don't have anything.
Thank you. Then we move to item 14, reports to Council. Item 14.1, Audit Committee appointments. The first to speak there is Councillor Farrell. You have 3 minutes, Councillor Farrell.
Good afternoon. On pages 206 to 229, it's for Council to appoint an Audit Committee members to fill the current and the future vacancies in the Audit Committee. Presently, there's one vacancy. We also need to note that Dr. Potgieter's term ends on the 1st of May 2021. So to Mr. Lambras's term on the 30th of June 2021. The Audit Committee has seen there all 5 on page 206 unanimously recommend to Council on page 208 the final selection for recommendations to Council being Ms. Gulwa, Ms. Roman, Mr. Willifeed and Mr. Mallet. And that then goes into the recommendation, which I would then just read through to you on page 209, that Council appoints Ms. Biguwa to fill the current vacancy for 3 years, the 3-year term commencing on the 1st of April. Ms. Roman to fill the vacancy post the expiration of Dr. Potgieter's contract for a 3-year term commencing on the 1st of May. Then the below applicants being Mr. Willifeed and Mr. Mallet, in order of preference for any vacancy which may arise up to a period ended 31st of December 2021, should the top applicant not be interested or no longer qualify, the next candidate must be approached. Then on B, on the next page, the Audit Committee Selection Committee must consider and recommend to the next ordinary Council meeting whether Mr. Lambras's contract should be renewed for another term in terms of the Audit Committee Charter. And then C, the Audit Committee Selection Committee must consider and recommend to the next Council meeting an Audit Committee Chairperson to be appointed from the 1st of May 2021 on the expiry of Dr. Potgieter's terms. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Next to speak on this item is Alderman van der Hoeven. You have 4 minutes, Alderman.
It takes me 1 minute to unmute, Speaker. Surely it's not the audit committee that make the appointment or recommend, but the appointment committee and the selection committee. Just that rectification. We as the ANC welcome the appointment of a black female, B. Kulwa, and the colored female, A. Raymond, in the 2 vacant positions. We move that the institutions, structures, and all committees serving the public in our democracy must reflect the demographics of our society and be gender-based balanced. Therefore, we also welcome that Mr. K. Olivier, a colored, is identified to be the next to fill any vacant post that may arise from the period dated 31 December 2021. We are not saying Mr. Mallet is not competent, but the question arises why Mr. Ms. Jonas, who is a black female, does not surface anywhere. Surely, as a black female who is competent, she should be given an opportunity based on the demographics, as we have already enough white representatives, unless she is not competent. But then why was she shortlisted? That is the issue that I want to raise, and the question that I need an answer on.
Thank you, Alderman van der Hoeven. Is there somebody who can assist with this? I know that Councillor Wessels has trouble unmuting. There seems to be a virus doing the rounds on numerous devices. Is there somebody who can please answer the question raised by Alderman van der Hoeven regarding Ms. Jonas or her eligibility?
Speaker, if I recall correctly, Councillor Farrell was the chairperson of this committee. So if I may request that if he's in a position to reply.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell.
Yes, Speaker. Mr. Gong can also add in. The selection committee, we focus on getting the shortlist predominantly looking at people within George. And those were the top 4 candidates after we've had the interviews that we have presented. And Ms. Jonas didn't make it in terms of the top 4, which we wanted to present to council. And all those candidates we have presented were on merit and in terms of their qualifications and requirement as per the what we need in the audit committee right now, being looking at legal and on the ICT side.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Alderman van der Hoeven.
Speaker, the question was not whether she was the best candidate or the best under the best 4. The question was she competent? She was on the shortlist, and was she competent? And if she was competent, then because of the demographics, she was supposed to be appointed, because the audit committee must reflect the demographics of the city.
Thank you, Alderman.
My question is she competent? And if she's not competent, then we accept. But if she's competent, then she deserves to go in next, and not Mr. Mallet, because whites are overrepresented at this stage, and that is what we move. I will suggest, and I'm not going to make a council proposal, I'm going to suggest that if she's competent, she replaces Mr. Mallet.
Thank you, Alderman van der Hoeven. So noted. Councillor Farrell, do you wish to add anything?
Mr. Speaker, at this stage, in terms of the scoring on the committee, she is not competent at this stage to fill the positions.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Last to speak on this item is Alderman Petrus. Alderman Petrus, you have 1 minute.
Speaker, baie dankie. Ek sekondeer die voorstel.
Thank you, Councillor Alderman Petrus. One moment, please. Item 14.2, the Audit Committee report to Council. The first speaker there was supposed to have been Councillor Wessels, but he can't unmute himself. So the Mayor will speak in place of Councillor Wessels. Mayor, you have 3 minutes.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm not going to take that long. I think the item is coming up in before us on the screen, and this provides the summaries then of the Audit Committee meetings that they've held, and in the item it sets out and it summarizes the various aspects that they have referred to. And I think if we just flick through some of those, it relates, if they made remarks, for instance, on performance evaluation that had not taken place in the previous year, and then further that those evaluations took place on the 15th of March. So they deal with all the various aspects over there, and I therefore propose the recommendation that Council notes the Audit Committee report for Q1 and Q2. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Next to speak is Alderman van der Hoeven. You have 4 minutes, Alderman.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't know whether I'm going to take up all the 4 minutes, so I'm going to take you on for the way you are handling the meeting at the end of my input. But you granted me the 4 minutes, so I will utilize it. Speaker, we are raising our concern regarding the performance management, especially in regard to the Audit Committee's comment that significant control deficiencies exist. This impacts the ability of the directorates from achieving their targets. That is what the Audit Committee is saying, and we are raising our serious concern in that regard. The committee noted that individual performance must be implemented throughout the municipality as soon as possible. Isn't that overdue? Because we've raised this several times. It has been indicated by the Audit Committee at several occasions, and they raise it again here, and that is why we ask the question, isn't it overdue, and what is the timeline to rectify this? What are the consequences for the fact that there were no performance evaluations of the directorates in the previous year? Surely that will deprive them from receiving any bonuses. We need an answer to that, because there can't be bonuses can't be paid if there are not performance management systems in place. We also share the concerns of the Audit Committee with the long-term financial sustainability arising from the impact of COVID-19 of this municipality. Speaker, those are the issues that we must address, and I'm going to just leave it there. And I need answers to the 2 issues that I've raised. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Alderman. MM, can you perhaps assist in the absence of Councillor Wessels?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I absolutely share the concerns regarding the performance and the KPIs. The KPIs are not written in a challenging way. I cannot agree with the way many of them are written. They are also not reported on accurately. I have had a few sessions now to address that matter. I totally agree that performance needs to be rolled out to every official at this municipality. I completely agree with that. It will be time consuming. I wish I could give a tight timeline, but I'd like to say if you can give us 6 months to at least have rolled it out to T6. But I completely agree with that. The evaluations of 3 of the directors were done on the 15th of March. It had to be for the previous financial year, as well as the mid-year evaluations. The 4th director, as well as a previous director who wasn't evaluated for 2017-18, 2018-19, that's going to be done on the 20th of April. Once all 5 are done, I will be bringing an item to Council, but I can assure Council this is receiving my attention and three of the directors have been evaluated. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman van der Hoeven.
Speaker, I didn't get an answer on the performance bonuses, because if there were no performance management systems were not in place, then for the previous year, did they receive bonuses? And if they did, surely it must be paid back.
Thank you, Alderman. Do you wish to comment?
Speaker, yes, there were performance contracts and KPIs in place. That is what was measured on the 15th of March. As I've indicated, once I've finished evaluating the last two together with a panel, then we will be bringing that item to council regarding what percentage score each director achieved and then the corresponding bonus. So that item will be coming. No one has been paid a bonus yet, and because it is based on the evaluation scores of the panel. And just to confirm, that process will be completed on the 20th of April.
Thank you, Alderman van der Hoeven.
I'm covered, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you lower your hand, please? Or your digital hand? Last to speak on this item is Councillor Ingo. You have 1 minute. Is Councillor Ingo with us?
Yes, Speaker, ek sekondeer die voorstel.
Thank you, Councillor Ingo. We move to item 14.3, George Municipal Corporate Disaster Management Plan. First to speak there is Councillor Noble. You have 2 minutes, Councillor.
Speaker, sorry, yeah, I just managed to, but anyway. Speaker, yeah, the item here in front of us is the Corporate Disaster Management Plan. It was developed with the assistance of the Western Cape Disaster Management Centre in order to provide key officials, role players and departments in the George municipality with a general guideline for the expected initial response to an emergency and an overview of their responsibilities during an emergency or disaster. Speaker, this plan therefore confirms the arrangements for managing disaster risk and for preparing for and responding to disasters within the George local municipality as required by the Disaster Management Act. The aim of the act or the plan is to outline the actions for the efficient deployment, coordination of the municipal services, role players and personnel to provide the earliest possible response to protect and preserve life and property, to minimize the effects of the emergency or disaster, and 3, restore essential services. The recommendation, Speaker, is therefore that Council approves the George Municipal Corporate Disaster Management Plan 2020 to 2025 for the areas within its jurisdiction. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Noble. Next to speak is Alderman Williams. You have 2 minutes, Alderman.
Mr. Speaker, no problems with the disaster management plan of the corporate, but we propose that we should have a workshop
Ms. Bredenkamp, can you perhaps try and make contact with Councillor Dickie Lilly?
Just hold on, Speaker. I think there's a connection problem. Just hold on for Alderman Williams.
Thank you.
Speaker, are you with me?
I am with you as much as you are with me, Councillor Alderman Williams. You may please proceed.
Okay. We are proposing as the ANC that we should have a workshop around this municipal corporate disaster management plan. And my motivation for that is what I've read out to you, which is within the bullets, which is in this whole plan, that it is important for this plan to be effective. It is important that all concerned parties be made aware of the provisions and that every official role player, department and personnel be prepared to carry out their assigned functions and responsibility before and during and after emergencies. So that's the reason we request that. We agree with the take note issue, but would like to have a workshop around this whole thing. Are you there, Speaker?
I'm here, Alderman. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Can such a workshop be arranged, please?
Speaker, no problem. We will do that.
Thank you very much. So noted. Thank you, Alderman Williams. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Gultig. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. I agree with Alderman Williams. A workshop would be great. Since this is a living document, changes will always occur. So it's good for us to always have workshops as yearly, if possible, ideally. And therefore, I second the proposal from my colleague, Councillor Noble. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gultig. We move to item 14.4, draft rental policy and management of units for Davidson Court rental units. First to speak there is Councillor Fichland. You have 2 minutes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Mine here today is to present this item to Council and to consider the recommendations as it is in the agenda of today on page 365 and page 366. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fichland. Next to speak is Councillor Lof. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for the opportunity. In principle, we agree with the recommendations, but we want to refer back to what have been discussed in the workshop, where we refer to the people that was old that currently are still staying there from time before there was even a policy in place. There were certain recommendations made by the plenary in that workshop that those who are qualified for the RDP housing system must be put on the RDP housing system database, and those who are old enough to go into the Rosemore old age home, that the committee, that the department must go and see how they will be able to accommodate that people in the Rosemore old age home. We just want to know from you or from the department, did they put through that processes and how far that processes is? Otherwise, we concur with what has been recommended in the agenda, but we would love to have answers on the questions that were raised in that training session. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Lof. Through the Mr. Libber, if that's the correct person to respond.
Yes, Speaker, the policy vests with us. I would like to give Walleen the opportunity just to explain how far we got with that process. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Ms. Daris.
Good day, Speaker, councillors. Referring to the question just asked by Councillor Lof, as you will note in the policy, yes, it was discussed, but the agreement or what we concluded with was, as part of the policy, you will note that the 6 individuals, the old individuals who has been living there forever, that they do not form, that they be excluded from this policy and that they get the right to live there until they pass away. It is part of the policy as contained in this agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Daris, Councillor Lof.
Thank you, Speaker. I think that was discussed there, but the question arrived from the fact that also that they mentioned, the department mentioned that old people are still have people, children staying with them. And therefore, we've raised that question about how will they be accommodated. That is what derived from that. As if we all can remember here inside. So that is the actual answer that we want. We know exactly what she was referring to about the old people before the policy, but then there was mentioned that people with them in the house are children staying. And therefore we raised the question about the RDP inclusion and the fact that we need to look for them in the old age homes.
Thank you. Councillor Lof, can we please take this offline with Ms. Daris, if you don't mind? Otherwise, we're going to have, I don't think that probably has been decided. And if you are not happy with it, then with the response that you get from Ms. Daris or that department, you are more than welcome to come back to council. Thank you. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Windvaar. You have 1 minute, Councillor.
Speaker, on a point of information, Speaker, I just want to know, because I think because they were all aware of what was being discussed, can't they just give us an answer on that question? Because it's not a big thing that they need to go and look for or investigate in the matter. They knew exactly this was part of the discussions in the workshop. I don't know why we need to wait for any answer on that. It's very unnecessary, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Lof. Ms. Daris, are you in a position to respond?
Speaker, yes, that's fine. I can confirm that we have not spoken to the occupants. As you will remember, by the previous council meeting, Councillor Draguner was still present, and it was recommended that we do not proceed with any allocations at the Davidson Court until this policy has been approved by council. So since then, we have not touched the Davidson Courts. What we will do is now that as soon as we have approval from council, when the new lease agreements are signed, we will know exactly who the lease agreement is being signed with and who the occupants are in the specific units. Once we have the information of who are residing in the units, as we've mentioned, only the person signing the contract will have lifelong residing right there. But as soon as that person passes away, the other people should be placed on the waiting list, just as any other officials or other persons in George. But we will then discuss it offline, and then if necessary bring an item to council as to whether these people must now get preference on our housing projects in future.
Thank you, Ms. Daris. Councillor Lof, I suppose that answers your question.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. That is what we want to hear. We just want to have a confirmation that this will be dealt with and that people will go through the normal processes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last to speak on this item is, thank you, Ms. Daris. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Windvaar. Councillor Windvaar, you have 1 minute.
Speaker, ek ondersteun die item van my collega.
Thank you, Councillor Windvaar. Can I ask Alderman van der Hoeven and Ms. Daris to lower their electronic or digital hands? Thank you. We move to item 14.5, evaluation criteria for places of worship. Councillor Gultik, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. As we are on page 396 to 406.14, number 14.5, we as DA find that it is really unfair at the moment to find this document exactly the same as it was 3 years ago, with 2 workshops and public participation, and it's really not acceptable for public participation to have zero input. I agree for that it is really not fair, and it's against people's religion, against the people of George, and against churches that want to start on their own property. Therefore, I would like to propose the following. A, that public participation must continue for another 21 days for this evaluation criteria. And then B, that the evaluation criteria should be workshopped after public participation has completed and come back to council for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gultik. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Julia and Kamazana. You have 2 minutes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity to state the position of the ANC. The ANC agrees that the religious institutions who have occupied an earth zone for religious purposes for more than 10 years be given first option to buy the earth, and that the 25% that we are going to charge them for maybe a deposit to give them to use it to register the entity for the 2 years. If not for the 2 years, yes, as an NPO in the name of the church, and also to pay the building plans, not to take the earth within 2 years and give to another church, because it's too short a time for them to build a church within 2 years. Because the majority of the congregants are unemployed. Yes, we agree that the institution should facilitate welfare type facilities and activities in addition to their activities. And also that the church be given ample time to build their church after it has been registered and given to them for at least 10 years, because it's not easy for them to build a church in a short period of time without any funds or money. Say, for instance, like last year, there was a lockdown. So the congregants did not give the 10 which they were supposed to contribute to the church. So where are they going to get the money within 2 years? And what we don't agree with is the fact that 60 points would be allocated to the price tendered. This is going to close the door for others if we treat this church plot like it's an auction. If we remember, there are churches in George that were given land without any compensation.
The church is in town.
In town.
Thank you. Are you done, Councillor?
There's that point of the 25%.
I know, Councillor. Councillor, may I ask the gathering the following? Since there's going to be a 21-day period for public participation, and since there's going to be workshopped again, and since it will have to come back to council, can your proposal be submitted at the workshop before it comes back to council? If not, then we will have to register your proposal as a counter proposal and vote on it.
Speaker, as long as administration is going to capture what I've just said, it will be okay.
Thank you, Dr. Gratz. Thank you, Councillor Kamazana. I'm asking Dr. Gratz to make a note of this, and that this be considered and included in any future discussion and deliberations on this very sensitive matter. Thank you. I see that Councillor Mkondu's hand is up.
Yes, Speaker, please, if you can give me an opportunity, please. You know, I'm speaking now on a very low and, respectful tone, because listen, please.
Now, Councillor Mkondu, please, before I get to Councillor Mkondu,
can you please give me an ear?
Councillor Mkondu, I will give you an opportunity, please.
Thank you.
Can we just get
in this very same item, please?
Noted, Councillor Mkondu.
Thank you.
Alderman Gierke, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I just want to draw your attention that my hand has been up for the last two items to say something, but you haven't acknowledged me.
Councillor,
But
Alderman, sorry for interrupting you. I honestly don't have a hand up except for the hands that I've asked to be lowered. That is Alderman van der Hoofen and Ms. Darris, who hasn't. Those hands haven't been removed, and I've seen Councillor Mkondu's hand up, but I honestly haven't seen your hand up. My apologies for that.
I accept, but at the time when you asked those councillors to lower their hands, my hand was still up, and I've lowered then my hand. But be that as it may, doesn't matter. I have declared my interest in church and in ministry for quite some time in this council, and therefore I think I'm eligible to speak. Mr. Speaker, this item is coming a very, very, very long way, and it has been postponed and it has been referred back and so on and so on. And in one of the previous items, I note that Councillor Gultig is talking about public participation. But just to refresh your mind, Councillor Gultig, in one of the previous items, it was written that some of the church forums have been consulted on this matter. I think I've read some of the inputs also. The question here, Madam MM, through the Speaker, is that we need to be very sensitive in approaching this matter. Sensitive in the sense of you are dealing with churches in this city that have lots of land and other churches that really do not have land. There are churches that have vacant land for many years now. They lay barren and they haven't built on those vacant pieces of land. And other churches do not have a single piece of land. Then what we also need to take in consideration is the difference between, in inverted commas, bigger churches and smaller churches. You at the moment, as this criteria stands, with all due respect, it is hugely in favor of bigger churches, hugely in favor of of churches with resources, and we need to create an opportunity for churches to come, to this type of platform, churches that did not have the opportunity before. We must say this to one another. If the NG Kerk has had opportunity before, we must have a different look. If the AFM Church had, if the Roman Catholic, we must have a different look. We must bring other role players on board, and therefore the policy needs to be inviting, palatable to those that have never been afforded the opportunity to be given land in the city. And therefore you need a lot of, it's not for this council to decide this, it's the interested and affected parties that must come to the table, and therefore we are in favor of postponing this matter again or deferring this matter again. But this time, I'm not sure whether 21 days would be ample to garner all those opinions, Mr. Speaker. You need more time to do that and to get some other input from other people as well. But furthermore, we are in favor of the 25% of the value of the land. That's fine. Everything is fine. But we must just give new role players an opportunity. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Alderman Gierke. Councillor Mkondu, you don't have you haven't indicated that you wish to speak on this item. Do you wish to speak on this item? Councillor Mkondu. Councillor Mkondu.
Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I know I haven't indicated that I want to speak on this, but please allow me. Be a Christian once in a while. Look what is happening. The churches have closed down ever since the lockdown regulations and everything. And the people haven't been attending churches. Now, what can we consider, at least from the lockdown period up to date, that we can actually write off because nobody has been attending churches and the people cannot pay for this service. Now, and we as the people that are in power in this town, we should reconsider the position that the people that are attending churches are unemployed and everything. And some of them are getting nothing from nothing, but at least reconsider that at least from the period March up to date, at least we write off the debts because the people haven't been attending in every way. Churches are not money-making machines. They get money from the poor. So if you can please be so considerate. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Councillor Kondo. Councillors, as indicated, there will be another workshop, and I wish to invite everybody now to prepare well for that workshop and come with their recommendations. I think this topic deserves to be dealt with and be finalized. It's actually, maybe I should refrain from giving comment on a matter as sensitive as this and stick to my guns, as Alderman Williams always reminds me, and I take that very politely, Alderman. Let me stick to my guns and I will not comment on it, but please come well prepared to the next workshop, which hopefully will be the last for a while on this particular topic, so that we can bring it back to council and proceed. Thank you. Councillor Fry, you have 1 minute to respond to that. Is Councillor Fry with us? Chief Whip, can you assist me?
I will second the amended proposal made by Councillor Gulte. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to item 14.6, George Municipality.
Speaker, I don't know why you can't see my hand. Then there's something wrong. My hand is up again.
My apologies. My apologies. I honestly cannot see your hand, but
I just want to ask now, and I wanted to ask it before you move that recommendation. The recommendation for 21 days, given the fact that we still have to convene a workshop in between, do we keep it within the 21 days or do we make this a more lengthier period? Because we're going to need more time. We want this to conclude, but there's no need to rush this now unless we have all the facts at hand from all the relevant parties.
Can the officials please indicate whether they wish to extend that period?
Speaker, if I may come in here, yes, I would think it would probably be prudent to extend that period. We have a series of long weekends and public holidays coming up in any event, and I think you need to, you need to be able to give places of worship time to comment, and then the workshop will only be held after that. So if I may, I apologize, if I may suggest at least 30 days, and then the workshop after that. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman Pirika.
Thank you, Madam Thank you so much.
Thank you. We then, please take note, administration, that the public participation process has been extended from 21 to 30 days. Thank you very much. We move to item 14.6, George Municipality Railway Sidings, service line number 340588 active and 343811. First to speak is Councillor Stander. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Stander.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this item is for Council to decide on the future of the railway siding service line 340588, which is active, and 343811, which is dormant. Option 1, transfer of municipal rail assets to Transnet will apply to add sidings to their existing permit. Option 2, interface between municipality and Transnet, whereby Transnet will be responsible for maintenance of railway infrastructure. Speaker, we as Council are well aware that the maintenance of these railway sidings is costing the municipality a huge amount of money every year. According to the item at hand, Transnet Freight indicated that they are willing to take over both of these railway sidings. The negotiation process between George Municipality and Transnet Freight is necessary in order to proceed as a matter of urgency. I therefore propose the recommendation on page 412, sections A, B, C, and D of today's agenda. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Stander. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Langa. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Langa.
Yeah, Bulala Somlomo, thank you very much. From the side of the ANC, I do not see anything contrary that we can be speaking in this regard. It is only a pity that it's only now that we've realized that we've been spending or wasting municipal money for services that we are really not making use of. So it is prudent for us to support this and make sure that it does not wait any longer until such time there's other amounts of money spent on the matter. So I would actually rather suggest that we do that as speedily as possible so that there's no other monies of the municipality or taxpayers' money that is being spent on paying for services that we really aren't making use of. Thank you, Speaker. We therefore support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Langa. Next to speak is Councillor Mkondo. You have 2 minutes.
Speaker, well, thank you for the opportunity. You know what? I've been looking at this as a job because the rate of unemployment in George, when we have an opportunity where we can utilize our people to actually make the cleaning up of these particular spaces, you know, I will slightly beg to differ with Comrade Panga because if we keep these assets, so we can utilize them in terms of, you know, job creation to our guys so that they can be able to clean up these facilities. Now, if you give them away, now what are we saying to our people now? They must go and seek jobs from the railways and everything, which we are not sure that we can be able to provide. In this, I'm begging that at least if we may keep the assets, let's keep them so that we can create employment for our people to clean up these entire routes. That's all that I can say. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mkondo. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Cronje. You have 1 minute.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Cronje. We missed you there for a while, but I heard what you said. Thank you. Item 14.7, water situated in the George municipal area. First to speak there is Councillor von Brandes. You have two minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, since 2017, the George municipality has been under drought management policies with implementations of drought management actions. Now, with the completion of the new spillway that was completed end of December 2019, which increased our capacity by about 25%, we are not necessarily anymore in a situation where our water is in a drought situation. So we need to start lifting the restrictions where relevant. Now, if you can look at the recommendation, you will see the estimates that the dam was on in B. And I want to make a amended recommendation that A and B stays the same, that C, after Uniondale, it just must be and Haarlem, because unfortunately Uniondale and Haarlem's water situation is not the same as the George area at this moment. D be totally scrapped, and then E stays as is. So basically, sorry, B is B at the end, Uniondale and Haarlem, C at the end, Uniondale and Haarlem, D be scrapped, and E stays the same. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor van Brandes. Councillor Henge, you have 2 minutes.
She's coming, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Lange.
I think that I can explain the item.
Good afternoon, Speaker.
Good afternoon.
As the ANC, we believe that the municipality should avail a budget that is going to take care of the following. Number one, educational awareness on how to save water, as it is scarce 2, and also make them aware of the fact that a drop that is wasted has become liter of water waste. Thirdly, the municipality must monitor the construction sites because that is where we lost most of our water and they are not paying for it. With that being said, we are noted the item.
Thank you. Next to speak on this is Alderman Gierke. You have 2 minutes, Alderman Gierke.
Speaker, yeah, I'm not going to waste time. Just to say that the changes here should not bring an increase in the tariffs of water. I note that the mayor has this morning alluded to the fact that cost will be going up. Yes, in order to keep track with the inflation rate, you have to increase. But you can only increase in terms of your infrastructure development and in terms of your services that you deliver. If this is going to have a major impact on the cost of the delivery of water, then I have a problem with this. Can I have somebody to talk to me in this regard, please, Speaker?
Through you to Mr. Wallace, or who can assist us?
Speaker, I can assist. It's not going to impact on the tariffs any more than what it would have if the water restrictions had stayed in place. Obviously, with the new financial year, there would be increases in water tariffs, and it's not going to make those increases any larger or change them in any way.
Thank you, Alderman Gierke.
So if we have that assurance, then I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Next to speak on the item is Councillor De Tooy from the ACDP. You have 2 minutes, Councillor.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Speaker, ek gaan nou kort en kragtig wees. Die ACDP verwelkom dat die waterbeperkings opgehef word in George. Maar dat dit ook in Haarlem en Uniondale van krag sal bly. Maar die ACDP wil net vra dat die damvlakke baie versigtig noukeurig nagegaan en dopgehou moet word. Dat ons nie weer in 'n situasie beland soos 'n paar jaar terug waar ons amper nie water gehad het nie. Sodat ons weer waterbeperkings instel wanneer dit nodig is, maar wanneer daar genoeg water is dat ons mense maar die water kan gebruik. Dit gaan ook beteken dat ons bietjie meer finansies gaan inkry by die munisipaliteit waar ons ander gaatjies kan toestop. Baie dankie, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor De Tooy. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Mkondu. You have 2 minutes, Councillor Mkondu.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as I've mentioned before, and I'm worried when you want to uplift the pen on what the water restrictions, when there's leakages that have been ignored for so long. This is coming for 3 years. This pipe has been leaking for 3 years. I've reported it and reported it. To no avail. Nobody seems to care. Yet you want to actually uplift the restrictions, whereas there are leakages. And my other worry is how different would be Uniondale. Are they using the very same water from the same dam, starting from dam, or have their own separate dam? Before I can further on, I will need that question answered. Are they using the very same water from the very same dam, or have their own water resources? And why wouldn't their restrictions be lifted? If they are different from George when they belong to George municipality. Answer, please.
Thank you, Councillor Mkondu. Can somebody please respond?
Speaker, yes, I can confirm that they have a different water source.
Thank you.
All right. Well, maybe the situation is not the same because they are in a sort of a semi-car. Okay, I understand now. Well, I don't have a problem with lifting the restrictions, but I'm worried because there has been this system that was actually created where we would use now sewage water, for drinking and doing whatever. Now, it is still in place, and we don't know when the drought is going to come. I'm skeptic on saying that we should lift the restrictions because we will now use water so that at the end of the day, we end up resorting to that sewage water, which might not be conducive for health reasons, and then they'll get us sick and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mkondo. Next to speak on this item is Councillor van die Kerk. You have 3 minutes, Councillor van die Kerk.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is a long time coming, this motion. I did have questions in the past with regard to the water restriction policy in George and so on. And from the Freedom Front side, we support this motion fully. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Suffers. You have 1 minute.
Support the motion.
Councillor Suffers, that was very faint. Can you perhaps just speak up, please?
Speaker?
Yes.
I
Please
couldn't
proceed.
hear.
I thought I heard you say that you support, but it was very faint, and I've asked you to just speak up. If you could just repeat, please.
I second by my colleague, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Suffers. We move to item 14.8, application for participation in incentives under economic revitalization policy of 14816 George, Lancewood application 01-2020 at Tamsui Industrial, and then there's a reference 2/10/1/1 in brackets. Councillors, this item has been withdrawn. I'm going to ask the Mayor to, I'm not sure, has Councillor Wessels been able to, has he been able to unmute himself? If not, I'm going to ask the Mayor to just indicate why this item has been withdrawn.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I think this item relates to investment incentives. I think there is a feeling that the current incentive policy needs to be rescinded in any event. So I don't think there's a problem with that. I think what we just need to look at is how best to deal with this matter. Lancewood and their controlling shareholder Libstar are very big employers. They are big investors in George, and I think we just need to possibly look at this matter and deal with it sensitively, in the sense of whether they would qualify under a new policy. At present, we don't believe they qualify, and I think we just need to run through this item in a little bit more detail before we resubmit it to Council. One of my beliefs as well is that we need to possibly use this opportunity to make sure that we start introducing a red carpet for investors such as these. There is a view that the administration took an extremely long time to deal with this application, and therefore I think we just need to discuss this item, and it's probably best that we withdraw it and then make sure that we have appropriate recommendations going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We move on to the next item, item 14.9, appointment of an acting municipal manager and acting director, community services.
Speaker, there's a hand up.
My apologies. I again didn't see a hand. My apologies. Councillor Nikilili or Councillor Langa.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on the previous item,
that was just withdrawn. Again, Speaker, you come to a meeting or you approve an agenda with no full information, and you come to the meeting and withdraw the items on the agenda without speaking to us. We have a whips meeting. We have a whips meeting here, and the whips are sitting in a meeting to go through the agenda. Then you are rendering that whips meeting nonsensical and useless. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gushman. Councillor De Tooy, can you please mute your microphone?
Sorry, Speaker.
Thank you. I will read item 14.9 again, appointment of an acting municipal manager and acting director community services. There's no debate on this. Item 14.10. Speaker. Mayor, I'm sorry, I didn't see a hand. My apologies. I really don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, no, look, I think these things do happen. I think while it is a no debate item, you know, what we've, the MM has pointed out to me that we in fact need to just change that matrix that we have in terms of the acting persons at community services, and that we use the Director Protection Services there as the acting person, because the appointees that have been mentioned, the Senior Manager Community Development and Senior Manager Environmental Services and Sport Development, do not currently hold minimum municipal competency, and therefore that we just replace those names with the Director Protection Services for the time being. I think if that is correct, we can just check that, cross-check that with the municipal manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. MM?
Speaker, yes, that is in order with me. Speaker, while I'm on the floor, I note Alderman Gericke's hand is up.
Thank you for bringing it to my attention, Alderman Gericke.
Thank you, Madam MM. No, Speaker, it was on the previous item, but of course you've moved on. I just wanted some clarity on that item, because it's vital for us to understand what's actually happening there. If you allow me, because it is very important for all businesses in the city.
I'll give you 2 minutes, Alderman.
Okay, I just wanted to know, in terms of what the mayor has submitted, are we per se saying that this business does not qualify in terms of the current incentive scheme? And if that is so, then we mustn't just withdraw the item. We must say that in no uncertain terms that the business does not qualify. We must come to a point where we are more inviting as a government to businesses. We must come to that point. We must formulate a policy where we say, because this business employs so many people, this is the criteria that will apply to this business, regardless of the race of the ownership, of the geographics of the business or what have you. If a business contributes towards the economic upliftment and growth in the city, we must be very friendly and inviting to those type of businesses. This is how we will grow the economy, and this is how we will create work, jobs, and opportunity for everybody. And over and above the zoning that we are dealing with here, we must have a broader look at zoning in previously disadvantaged areas. I take, for instance, you have a Pick-a-Pay now, I mean, we have a prestige name in Pakazor by the name of Pick-a-Pay. You come out of Pick-a-Pay, you look at the parking there, you look at the road next to Pick-a-Pay. I mean, this is just not on. It is entirely unacceptable. You look at the Nelson Mandela Boulevard, you look at the parking opportunities in front of those small businesses. There's no opportunity. If it rains, it's muddy. There's a lot of holes and so on. We've got to address those type of issues in the economic revitalization policy. And this is a serious plea. I'm talking for about 9 years about this. We need to treat everybody and all businesses on an equal basis in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Noted. Alderman, I'm sure that this will be reworked, and I invite you to make your inputs to that department as soon as possible. I think it would really be appreciated, and I'm sure you will appreciate if it is being considered. But thank you for the contribution. Item 14.10. Councillors, again, sorry, I really don't know what is going on the screen that I'm working on. There's only one screen. I don't have a tablet. I'm working on a trade, tools of the trade PC that was issued to me, and I can't tell you what is wrong. But bear with me,
Speaker,
please.
can I just assist you? Can I just assist you, please? At the district municipality, the administration will call on the speaker and say, Councillor so-and-so's hand is up, without you loading that load on you. The administration can assist you in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. Thank you. Item 14.10, expiry date of the term of the disciplinary board established in terms of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act, Act 2003, Municipal Regulations on Financial Misconduct Procedures and Criminal Proceedings. First to speak there is the Mayor. Mayor, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I'm also deputizing here for Councillor Wessels then, or was I originally meant to speak here? I think I was. Yes, this item deals with the disciplinary board and the term of the disciplinary board, which expires on the 20th of June 2021. And therefore, we need to go and establish a new disciplinary board as from the next day. What this recommendation then deals with is the procedure for the members, and we are following the regulations there in B, where it is 1, 2, and 3. The C has been termed that council consider, in addition to the members in B above, to advertise and recruit and appoint any other suitable qualified persons on a part-time and rotational basis as members of the new disciplinary board. And what I'm then suggesting that we just change the beginning part of the wording, that in addition to the members in B above, council advertises and recruits and appoints. And then we continue from there. So that's the slight amendment that I'm doing there, just to make that quite clear. And then obviously D is that C or D, that the council mandates the municipal manager to engage with national and provincial treasury to avail a representative to serve as a member of the disciplinary board. So I have done that amendment. I've signed it as a proposer, and I've forwarded to the seconder, who is the deputy mayor, if she's got access to a printer, to possibly sign that and send through to yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Giereke, believe it or not, your hand is up on my screen. Is that an old hand?
It's an old hand. Sorry, Speaker.
Thank you. Alderman Teyizi, you are the next to speak on this item. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, Speaker. Thank you. Firstly, Speaker, what we need to know is that where does this list comes from? 2, which criteria did you use to select which one will rotate first or last? Number 3, where is the list of the people that are still serving in this disciplinary board? Are we satisfied with the work they did? Can we use some of them? Lastly, Speaker, we're not going to support this. Why does this list look like the list of people holding the key positions in this municipality? A white mayor, white MM, speaker, and the chief of the council. What about the other people?
Yeah, well, I'm Councillor Alderman Teyizi, I'm definitely not a member. The Mayor, do you perhaps wish to respond to that, or MM?
Speaker, this, first of all, this is by regulation that we need to establish a disciplinary board, and these what that list or what the regulation includes is the ability to advertise for suitably qualified people. So in other words, it's people who have legal or have specific municipal and municipal legislative type of knowledge to be able to serve on a body such as this. So it's people within that experienced terrain. What we did previously is we invited, we advertised and we put out those invitations. There were a number of names that then came in, and from that list of names, there was a list was established as we've had, and those were the people that were available then to serve on the list. I think my personal view is that we could probably maintain a list of 5 or 6 people rather than say a list of 10 or 15 or 20 people. I think it's just important to have sufficient number of people available that you can call upon to do these duties, and you do need a number of alternatives because some people might not be available at any particular point in time when they are needed.
Thank you, Maya. Alderman Tayizi.
Yes, Speaker. So do you want to tell us that there is no black legal fund here? That's what we are saying. Only white people are educated. Only white people that are educated, Speaker.
Alderman Tayizi, I think the Mayor made clear that it is advertised, and I suppose it depends on who applies. But I'm not going to debate with you. Maya, do you wish to add anything in response to that?
Yeah, we've the term of office of the current panel is now coming to end in just under 3 months' time. So I think they have been there for, I'm not sure whether it's 4 or 5 years, I'm not sure what the term is, but we are now going to advertise for suitable people to come forward. So it depends on the applicants who've come forward. I've got no idea at all what the race may be, or the standing of any of those people on the current list.
Thank you, Maya. Next to speak is Councillor De Tooy. You have 2 minutes.
I was Speaker. Okay.
Councillor De Tooy, you have 2 minutes.
Speaker, the ICDP support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mkontu, you have 1 minute.
Speaker, I'm not surprised. Yeah, I sleep in one blanket with the ANC Speaker that we not recognized, and you're still living in the old South Africa, where everything that's white was right and that was black was wrong. You understand? And I still maintain the position that you keep on doing that, but bear in mind, what goes up comes very fast down, and what goes around comes around. Your time will be coming whenever people will realize who you really are in the true sense of the word. So keep on, but you don't come crying when things turn around and don't go your way. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mkontu. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the amended proposal by the Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Can that please be sent through once you've signed it to committee services? Thank you. Item 14.
Speaker, I'm sorry to interrupt. I note Alderman Gericke's hand.
I don't believe it, but I believe it. Alderman Gericke, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Madam MM, I don't know if you've noticed, I walk very soft with you. I have kid gloves when I speak to you, and when I deal with you, it's exactly because of this, because you are a hands-on person, you make things to happen, and you understand where we're going. I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Speaker, on this item, because it's very important what the ANC has raised. If we do not find suitable black candidates or colored candidates in the city, why do we not, embark on a strategy to target certain people or headhunt certain people to be included into this committee? That's all I wanted to say. Because we've got to be transformed, we've got to be seen to be transformed, and we've got to serve the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Giereke. We move to item 14.11, minutes, Municipal Public Accounts Committee e-meeting, the 10th of March 2021. First to speak there is Councillor Kritzinger, 2 minutes.
Speaker, thank you very much. The Impact Committee has serious concerns regarding the effect of COVID on the on the community and the problems regarding the homeless people in George. That was housed at the Rosemore Stadium during the very first lockdown period of the disaster disaster. There was concerns raised regarding the security measures that were taken and the losses that George municipality suffered as far as vandalism and that type of thing. And a report was requested by the chair for the next meeting, and more info was also requested regarding the food parcels that was distributed during the lockdown. It was, however, found that it's difficult to give the committee a full list of the people that received food parcels because of the confidentiality. You know, not everybody would like, to be known that you've received a food parcel in this devastating times and whatever. So I just want to say that regarding the Impact Committee, it's such an important committee because it's got an oversight of all the doings and the issues that's going on in the municipality administration, and how we deal with things. And I want to sort of plead with the administration to please take it seriously, to support this committee to do what they to allow them to sort of fulfill their oversight role. But it wasn't a very big agenda for this month. But we also asked for some more reports to come to council regarding the food parcels and what it cost and everything else. But then also the other problem we have is the fact that other departments have to sort of come to the party when it's, for instance, DSD and other provincial and national parties must support us when it comes to problems like the homeless. Thank you, Chair. I want to ask council that we note this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Kritzinger. Alderman van der Hoeven, you have 3 minutes.
Sure, Speaker, you are generous to allow me once again. This municipality, Speaker, seems to... Speaker?
I say you must thank your whip.
Thank you, whip. This municipality, Speaker, seems to have a record to deal with petty issues decisively. Just look at today's council meeting. While committing murder stays, or those committing murder stay scot-free. Today's council meeting is a perfect example of that. Speaker, seemingly the Rosemore Stadium did not give shelter to the homeless or the vulnerable, but merely to hooligans. It's devastating, Speaker, to go through the reports submitted in this document, in this item, at the Rosemore Stadium, and see how the looting, how there was looting and infights and fights and open looting, just looting from the beginning to the end. Cannot understand that the necessary affirmative action were not taken by this municipality. We should have sent in you, Speaker, because you would have dealt with them decisively based on today's council meeting. Speaker, the dynamics is just that we paid hundreds of thousands rands for a security company, hundreds of thousands rands, almost $1 million. And Speaker, and the whole setup was just looted. It was just chaos. It was just it can't be described. I just shake my head in disbelief. Speaker, we did not accommodate the homeless or the vulnerable. We accommodated criminals. And if we didn't, Speaker, the security company has, they've got to answer. I don't think we must claim back our payments to them. And surely, Speaker, security companies has got insurance. And when they can't do their work or fail to do their work, it must be claimed from their insurance. And Speaker, this report, I don't know how to deal with it, but this cannot just be the end of it. The municipality must claim its money back from somewhere. And Speaker, when it comes to the distribution of food parcels, I see in the first round, Ward 22 received the most. I am not sure whether that is the ward that most in need.
Thank you, Alderman. Next to speak on this item is Alderman Giereke. You have 1 minute, Alderman.
Yes, it's a pity I have 1 minute. But Speaker, first and foremost, I fail to understand what this report is doing with the MPEC committee. It should have been with the Oversight Committee for Social Services, first and foremost, before it goes to MPEC. Then secondly, the department, I fail now to remember or recall the department's name, Mr. Stephen Erasmus' department. Their department is highly implicated here. If you read between the lines, Madam MM, highly implicated in terms of what they should have done and what in their oversight role and their legislative authority. But we do not see a recommendation here to act against those officials, and particularly those that are in charge of their department. And then thirdly, the security company is acting here with impunity. There's no, in terms of the service level agreement, there should be penalties, and they should be penalized, and they should be paying back some of those monies because it's just not on. It seems that most of their security guards have slept on the scene or on the site, and people were just doing whatever they wanted to do. But we will ask that further charges be pursued to the officials of their department, the law enforcement department, so that we get to the deeper crux of this matter. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Alderman Giereke. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Du Toit. You have 1 minute.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Speaker, Alderman Kritzinger het dit absoluut so mooi opgesom en dit saamgevat, maar ek wil net vir die raad sê dat die sekuriteit wat hierdie werk gedoen het, sal ek as voorsitter van MPEC vra dat dit geondersoek word en dat die nodige stappe geneem sal word teen hierdie sekuriteitsmaatskappy indien nodig. Baie dankie.
Thank you, Councillor Du Toit. Ms. Apollos, can you please translate?
Uthi ke uceba ba u-Alder Lady Kritzinger uyicacise wayichaza kakuhle yonke lento iqhubekayo apha malunga nale security company, kodwa ke mna njengosihlalo ke we-MPEC into endizawuyenza ndizawucela kwibhunga ukuba le security company iphandwe ukwenzela uba kuziswe ingxelo epheleleyo malunga nomsebenzi owenzileyo. Enkosi.
Thank you, Ms. Apollos. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Ingo. Councillor Ingo, you have 1 minute.
Ek sekondeer die voorstel van Alderman Kritzinger. Dankie, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ingo. We move to item 14.12, Pakkalsdorp Communal Property Association and Pakkalsdorp Kleinboere. The farm Hansmoeskraal 2002, portion 42 and 2002, portion 56. First to speak there is Alderman Petrus. You have 2 minutes, Alderman.
Thank you, Speaker. Dit is 'n item wat nou al paar jaar aankom, baie lankal aankom en daar word vir ons 'n baie mooi uiteensetting gegee oor wat aangaan. Ons weet dat die landbou sector sowel as die besigheidsektor hanteer moeilike omstandighede. In hierdie gevalle word die lopende rekeninge betaal. So ek vra, ek stem saam met die aanbeveling spreker dat ons die agterstallige geld afskryf.
Thank you, Alderman. Next to speak is Alderman Williams. We have 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, are you there?
I'm here. You can proceed, Alderman.
No, I'm asking, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. I want to be heard. Good afternoon, Basil. How are you after a long time?
Fine,
Mr.
Charlie.
Speaker, we agree with the recommendation because this item, as the eldermen have just said, that it's coming a long way. And I think it's time that we conclude this item by accepting the recommendation. I thank you. And can we go home, guys? We've spent most of our time in this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Williams. Next to speak item is Councillor van die Kerk. You have 3 minutes, Councillor van die Kerk.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, from the Freedom Front side, we fully support this motion. I've got first-hand experience with those farmers. The bona fides, you cannot find anything fault with that. They really do need a hand. I know it's tough times. We all know it. But if we can, we will do anything to support them. And hence, we, the Freedom Front, support this motion fully. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van die Kerk. Last to speak on this item is Councillor Adams. Councillor Adams, you have 1 minute.
Speaker, I have the honor to second my colleague in this regard. I second him, and thank you very much, folks.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Next item is item 14.13, mandate collective agreement on conditions of service for Western Cape Division of the SALGA Bargaining Council. There's no debate on this.
Speaker, I propose closure.
Mayor?
Speaker.
Speaker.
Yes, I think, yeah, I know there is no debate on it, but once again, the recommendation is not a complete recommendation, because in A, we just say that the request from SALGA be noted, which I think we support. And in B, it states that Council considers the matter. However, we agree with the statement made on 5.552 that, I'm just, I don't have that wording, I just need to get the wording open there on 552, that we then use the wording. Let me just scroll down. Because the statement was made that the matter was considered at the directors' meeting, which was held on Monday, 1 March 2021, and the request for overtime payment to senior staff members earning above the threshold has not been supported. So therefore, we should then alter that be that Council does not support the payment of overtime to senior staff members. That is what the recommendation B then should be.
Thank you, Mayor. All agree on that?
Speaker, if I may just mention. Sorry, Speaker, if I may just mention, I see the hands of Alderman Gericke and Councillor Barnard. I'm not sure if it's a new or an old hand, and Councillor Likalile.
I can see Councillor Barnard, but not the other two. Thank you. Councillor Barnard.
Thank you, Speaker. The Mayor said what I was going to bring to your attention, and I would just like to second what he has said, both A and B with the amended proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Gericke.
I couldn't hear a word, Speaker, please. Sorry, man. I couldn't hear what Malin said. Please, can you repeat yourself?
Councillor Mkondo, she was supporting what the Mayor had said. Alderman Gericke.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if somebody busy sabotaging this meeting or my name or whatever, but I am on the speaker's list for the previous item. I've given it through. I am on the speaker's list, sir.
I have on the speakers list that I have, it says no debate. My apologies, Alderman. Chief Whip, can you perhaps advise here?
Chairperson, I also has it as a no debate. The times get sent to Thandi. I have repeatedly asked the whips to include me in their correspondence that they send her so that I can check up, but they do not send me the minutes. They only send it through to Thandi. So I have exactly what you have in front of you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Alderman Giereke, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, Speaker, we don't want to make people suspicion here, but there's already a problem that came in earlier on where I sent the councillor basis number or name through for an item and it hasn't been included. My name has been included. All I wanted to say on the previous item with regard to those farmers in Packersdorp, and through you, Speaker, the municipal manager must take note of this. This item is coming on for quite some time, and year after year after year, we have an item like this. We must also, in terms of our indigent policy, consider to include all the small farmers into our indigent policy, because the people that own this farm, those people are pensioners and disabled pensioners and so on, and they can hardly afford to pay all these municipal accounts. So therefore, we must consider.
Point of clarity. Are we on the right item here, Councillor Giereke?
I'm speaking on the previous item, I said.
Yeah, I'm already at 14.3, Alderman.
Okay, but you have omitted my name. You've skipped my name. So I feel ambushed. I really feel ambushed. You know, I need to back here in this council for speaking times. In any way, I've made my point, and we must consider that into our policy. Whether I'm on the right item or the wrong item, you know, Ms. Kalyun, you know that I've spoken to the speaker with regard to the previous item. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, we note what the Mayor has said, and therefore that recommendation that the Mayor made, that Council does not support the payment of to senior staff members earning above the threshold, that Council does not support that. We move to item, I believe that the MM said that Councillor Dikilili's hand was up as well. Sorry.
Yes, Speaker, it's Councillor Langa speaking.
Yes, Councillor Langa.
I just want to caution, Speaker, and bring to your attention the dissatisfaction that we have on this side of the House with regard to how we've been treated here in this council. First of all, Speaker, we have raised this issue of bringing items to council, and then only on an 11th hour you change the recommendations. And that, for us, actually speaks against the rules of order, because when an item gets given, it's given with recommendations. And if you just change the recommendation on an 11th hour, it does not give us an opportunity to have reflected amply, you know, on the item. It's not correct, Speaker, that we continue to do things like this. Okay, but in any event, I'm the speaker on 14.13. So I don't know now whether you want us to speak or because the mayor has spoken, now we cannot speak.
Yeah, I think, Councillor Langa, thank you. I think there's been a misunderstanding regarding this item. I've also received a copy of the speakers list as submitted by Councillor Jantjies Guzman. So clearly there's been a misunderstanding on this item probably as well. If you need to speak on this item, then obviously I need to give you the opportunity.
Of course, Speaker, because it was indicated on the speakers list that I am the speaker on the item. But in any event, thank you very much, Speaker. Now that the recommendation has been changed, I would actually agree with that recommendation, because in my view we do not have a right as council, any council, to change anything that is governed by legislation. Because here, that is what we're trying to do. And that, for me, is something that is illegal. But in any event, I am not surprised what is happening in the Western Cape like the other municipalities have done. Anything that national government does not bode well with the DA governed Western Cape. They would always seek to change it and do their own thing. And that is why we would actually fully support this and make sure that it does not come back here, that anything that is governed by legislation must be changed by councils. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Langa. I see that the MM's hand is up.
No, Speaker. It's not, Speaker.
Thank you. I see that Alderman Gierike's hand is up and the Chief Whip's hand is up.
False start.
I think that is a problem. You must check those guys that operate the buttons. They make mistakes there. Thank you. Councillors,
we move to item 14.14, investigation into possible breach of the Code of Conduct for councillors. Councillor S. Cronje, that should actually be D.L. Cronje. Chief Whip, I see your hand is up.
Speaker, my hand's not up on my side.
Okay. Thank you.
Speaker, daai geklink soos Vrystaat, né?
Speaker, jy moet miskien ondersoek. Maybe those guys that operate the buttons, they are like those Eskom guys. Sometimes they forget for 10 minutes. For 10 minutes to switch off the lights.
Thank you. Councillors, item 14.14 is the investigation into possible breach of the Code of Conduct for Councillor DL or Stag Cronje. First to speak there, and before Councillor Cronje, your hand is up.
Councillor, may I leave the meeting, please?
You're welcome to leave, Councillor Cronje. We will return to you when we get further along. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
The first to speak there is Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. This item is to report to Council on the outcomes of the alleged breach of the Code of Conduct for councillors by Councillor Cronje. And the background is as follows. At a council meeting on 3 January 2020, Council resolved that appoint a special committee consisting of then Councillor Van Wyk, Alderman Williams, and myself. And this is in line with Schedule 1 of the Municipal Systems Act of 2000. Alderman Van Wyk then subsequently recused himself as a member of the said committee since he was elected as the Executive Mayor of George. Speaker, the committee convened and investigated the possible breach of the Code of Conduct by the councillor. The applicable legislation is highlighted on page 559, and the full report of the committee with its findings is attached as Annexure A to the agenda. And Speaker, we have an amended recommendation. A, that Council takes note of the report of the special committee appointed by Council, as well as its finding that Councillor Cronje made himself guilty of the breach of items 2 and 5.2 of the Code of Conduct for Councillors. And then B, that Council furthermore takes note of the recommendation of the special committee that due to the seriousness of the offence, the MSC for local government be requested. Oh no, sorry, I think B falls away. Sorry, Speaker, B falls away. We have a C which reads, or a new B, which reads as follows, that Council imposes a sanction equivalent to 1 month's salary on Councillor Cronje, along with a written apology to be provided to the Speaker. I so propose, Speaker. Thank you. And sorry about the mishap.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Chief Whip, according to the WhatsApp that I've received from the Whip of the ANC, they have indicated that they wish to speak on this item too. and therefore I will be allowing this. Councillor Langa, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. You see, Speaker, let me start by saying the DA preaches that it wants to fight corruption. Yet the DA is walking very crookedly, very much against whatever it preaches. We are not surprised though, because we know what entails the composition of the DA itself when it comes to corruption. They are very good and very loud at shouting corruption when it's other people that they see on the other side. But when it comes to them, it is something that gets brushed away. Now here, we've set a committee, Mr. Speaker. We set a committee that was supposed, in fact, that have sat and discussed and deliberated on a matter and made a resolution after findings. The findings were that Councillor Cronje have breached the code of ethics and code of conduct of councillors. And there was a recommendation that there be a letter written to MEC Bredel to remove Stek Cronje from council, right? And now on the 11th hour, now again, you are changing it to actually give him only a slap on the wrist. We are not surprised, Speaker. We will never support that. And I think I need to remind this council once again, Mr. Speaker, about you as the Speaker, first of all. That is a Speaker of the DA, not the Speaker of the Council. And I'm directing this to you, Speaker. Remember, when we dealt with this matter, Alderman Williams raised a question directed at you, Mr. Speaker, to say, when are you dealing with the matter of Councillor Cronje? And you said you are not going to take any action because you saw nothing wrong that was being done by Councillor Cronje. And that already preempted what would happen. And this, what is coming out today, is exactly what you have said, Mr. Speaker. But I also wish to remind this council once again, Speaker, that we have raised this issue and you did not see anything wrong with it. And let me just read in the minutes of this committee, Speaker, that said, I think it's on page 565. It says, based on the events during the end of October and the 8th of November 2018, the committee agreed that they emailed to the CFO by Councillor D.L. Cronje corroborating his version of events after the fact that on the 6th of November 2018, there was an instruction by the Speaker to cease the investigation of Councillor D.L. Cronje during the investigation to the CFO, created a distinct impression to the committee that something was amiss. And clearly, Mr. Speaker, something is amiss because, first of all, you denied. In fact, you did not want to prosecute or to act. Now, again, you sent an email that instructs or an instruction that says investigation must cease. This is a very serious matter, Mr. Speaker. We see it in a very serious light. And again, Mr. Speaker, I am not surprised. You are sitting with Councillor Noble, who himself has actually contravened the Municipal Finance Act, and there's nothing that
Speaker, point of order. Point of order, Speaker, please.
Speaker, yes, I know it's painful. You wouldn't want to listen, but I'm listening.
Councillor Langa, please refrain from referring to anybody else not included in this specific item.
I will not refrain, Speaker. I will refrain. I'm making an example of a council that is guilty of stealing electricity that owes the municipality money. How is it different from that?
Councillor Langa,
yes,
I'm requesting you for a last time. I'm requesting you for a last time. Please refrain from referring.
Speaker, I am not going to refrain. I am making an example of him who owns the municipality money. I am not going to refrain. You can check me out if you want to, but I am saying to you now, Speaker, we are not going to let this matter lie down here. We are going to take it further. And if it means we must take it to the High Court like we beat you the last time, we are going to do that. You are so used in hiding corruption and by threatening people, by chucking them out of the meetings. That arrogance is not going to hold, Speaker. I'm sorry. I'm done. Say now what you want to say.
Thank you. That's what I want to say. Thank you. Next to speak on this item is the PPI, Councillor Buys. You have 2 minutes.
The Speaker, kan u my hoor?
Kan u duidelik hoor, u kan voortgaan?
The Speaker, ons wil net môre sê dat die middag sê dat die DA is nie ernstig op korrupsie nie. Die rede hoekom ek so sê, binne in hierdie organisasie, as mense amptenare weg net vir 'n bietjie suiker en vir 'n bietjie koffie. Ons kan dit so opnoem vir wat hulle weg is voor. Maar hier ons 'n sensitiewe saak, ons voor in ons skerm die persoon. So vir ons as die PI as die DA is nie ernstig op wat hulle doen vandag hierso nie. Ek wil ook vanmiddag sê dat, Speaker, hierdie is 'n baie ernstige saak. En Raadslid Cornee het sy posisie misbruik. Die raad het 'n komitee aangestel en mag die aanbeveling verander nie. En mag nie die aanbeveling verander nie. As die raad wil verander, moet hierdie saak na die hof verwys word. Anders moet hierdie aanbeveling net so gestuur word na die minister. Die minister moet besluit oor hierdie aangeleentheid. Saak is vir ons baie ernstig, die Speaker. En hierdie saak is nou met ons hande. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buys.
My hand, Speaker. My hand is up, please.
I see you hands up, Councillor Kondo.
Give me a chance.
Councillor Kondo, you have later on, you have the opportunity to speak.
Okay,
You have indicated wish to speak on
then.
this.
Thank you.
Next to speak is Councillor De Tooy. You have 1 minute, Councillor De Tooy.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Speaker, die ACDP se stand hieromtrent is, dit sal altyd wees, ongeag wie dit is, ongeag wat die persoon se stand is of gender is, indien 'n persoon skuldig bevind word, moet die reg sy gang gaan en moet dit in volle gepenaliseer word volgens die reg. As die prosesse gevolg is wat gevolg moet word, die persoon is skuldig, dan moet die reg sy gang gaan. Dankie, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor De Tooy. Mr. Paulus, can you please translate for Councillors Buys and Councillor De Tooy? Mr. Paulus?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I-DA yona ayikho serious malunga ne-corruption okanye ubuqhetseba obenzekayo. Uthi ke uCouncillor Buys kule organization kukho abantu abagxothelwe izinto ezincinci okanye izinto ezingenamsebenzi basifumana ngaphandle. Umzekelo, umuntu agxothelwe iswekile nekofu, kukho abantu bahleli ngoku ngezindlu ngenxa yezinto ezinjalo. Kodwa sixoxa i-case esensitive apha kakhulu, kodwa yona i-DA ibhizi ikhusela umntu. Uthi thina ke siyi-PBI sithi DA ayikho serious malunga nokulwa ubuqhetseba obuqhubekayo ngoba i-case eserious kakhulu lena. uCouncillor Cornee uye waphula okanye wamisbreaka i-position yakhe ebekuyo. Ngoko ke thina ke sithi asixhasi le recommendation. Uthethile ke malunga ne-recommendations apho umntu angenalo ilungelo lokuthi azitshintshe xa sele zibekiwe libhunga. Akho mntu ukwaziyo uzitshintsha iingcebiso ezibekiweyo. Leyo into funeka isiwe kuminister, ibe nguminister obuyela kwibhunga okanye into ezinjalo. Uthi ke le case is-serious kakhulu, kodwa yona i-DA ayithathi kubana is-serious ngolu hlobo le case. I-ACDP ithi ke yona ke iyasoloko ixhasene nobuqhetseba obwenzekayo, nokuba ngubani na, nokuba unjani na, noba usuka kweliphi icala, noba ngumuntu ongumama, noba ngumuntu ongutata, kodwa yona ichasene ayivumelani kwaphela nobuqhetseba obuwenzekayo noba kuvela kweliphi na icala. Loo nto ke umntu ngamnye oya phambi kwenkundla yamatyala ibe yinkundla ezawufumaniseka umntu unetyala okanye ayinatyala, kodwa yona ayixhasi into yomntu owenza ubuqhetseba. Mayibe yinkundla edilishana nomntu.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Next to speak on this item is Councillor Mkondo. You have 1 minute, Councillor Mkondo.
Speaker, yeah, if you can recall, I sent you a correspondence with a number of questions that you were supposed. I couldn't ask them personally to Councillor Cronje, but I asked you to do that, and you rejected my entire thing because seemingly there is something that you're hiding. Councillor Cronje has never been alone in this entire scenario. And the questions that I asked were relevant, but you decided to reject them and not to consider them because you were headhunting. And there is something that you have is this particular person here who did all these things with a number of you guys. And the questions that I asked, he was going to reveal everything, whom did he work with to make sure that these things happen. So now you want to get rid of him because you don't want the absolute thing to be revealed. You see, and I'm very skeptical in actually number of in the management, in you, all of you guys. So you should just come clean. And shame with the guy, man, because he worked with you, all of you, in doing all those things. Now he must suffer the consequences. Because
Councillor Mkondo.
Yes.
Councillor Mkondo, you are making very serious allegations.
I know. It's truth. It's truth. It's serious now. Jesus died for it.
Councillor Mkondo. Yes. Councillor Mkondo, I'm going to ask you to withdraw those allegations.
I'm not withdrawing nothing. I'm not withdrawing nothing. Charge me if you want to. Councillor Cronje worked with most of you guys.
Thank you, Councillor Mkondo.
Now, he must now bite the bullet. He must be alone in this thing now.
Councillor Mkondo, you have spoken. Yes. Thank you. Last to speak on this item is.
Stop me if you want, because you don't want the truth. Jesus died for it. Who am I? The list of monkeys. Bye-bye.
The last time, Councillor Mkondo.
Thank you, Chair.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. It's just quite amazing to see how people interpret some things and other things and how they can jump to conclusions or anything. At no stage was Councillor Cronje accused of fraud or theft or anything like that, for no monies went missing. The municipality did not suffer any loss. No monies was stolen or by him or his family. The only thing that went wrong is that he did not, and when he did not declare. I'm not going into the merits of the case because I wasn't part of the committee. So it's just quite amazing how many people around in this meeting today can actually throw stones. And what did you declare? And what are you supposed to declare? Are you supposed to declare we as councillors? This is raising serious questions of what are we supposed to declare? When a family member is paid by a third party, do you have to declare that to the municipality? When a family member is paid by the municipality and has been doing business with the municipality? So there are a lot of questions.
On a point of order, Speaker. On a point of order, Speaker.
Order, please. Alderman Kritzinger, Councillor Langa.
Speaker, can I make this very clear, Mr. Speaker, that Alderman is actually raising now questions about who should declare and what they should declare. Can you please go back and read your rules of order and councillor's conduct? It does say if and when any council or member of employee or who's an employee of government, they must declare if and when their family members are to benefit, whether directly or indirectly, in the proceeds of the municipality. So that is exactly why we are standing against that. So what she's asking now, it's way out of order, and I would love her to keep quiet if she does not know what to say.
Thank you, Councillor Langa.
Thank you very much. Can I thank my learned friend for the educational lesson that I have just received? Maybe it's time that he reads the code of conduct as far as councillors are concerned. For maybe Speaker, maybe it's time that we get clarity on when and what we are supposed to declare. And then I think we must look at the comments.
Speaker, you have not made a ruling on the order.
2018, the comments of who declared and who did not declare. I mean, there was one senior ANC member that also hasn't declared. So, I mean, please, for goodness sake, you know, if you get your own medicine back, you're not happy to get it. Suck it up, my friend, suck it up. So I just want to say at this stage, I want to second the proposal made by my colleague. Thank you very much.
Speaker, Speaker, you did not make a ruling on the order that I called, Speaker, and you allowed the councillor to continue speaking.
Please. Councillors, that matter has been dealt with.
Speaker, again, you are doing something wrong. It is part of the rules of order. When an order is being called, to make a ruling on it, you don't just keep quiet.
Councillor, please, I've taken note of what you've said, and I've taken note of what the alderman has said.
But you did not make a ruling.
Thank you, Councillor Langa. We move to item 15. Questions to council. Item 15.1, replies to questions. There were no questions, so they couldn't have been replied. Item 15.2, new questions. There were no new questions. Item 16, confidential list of deferred items. There were none. Item 17, confidential minutes of the previous meetings. Item 17, confidential minutes of a...
Speaker, sorry, I apologize for interrupting. And we're now to the confidential part of the agenda. If we can please ask the press to excuse themselves. And also, I just need to stop the streaming on YouTube.